Chat, they stole my blood! Chat, they took it from me and they woke it. Chat, I'm canceling Wonder on Twitch.tv because she stole my blood. Nah. Chat, I was a very responsible adult today. I was a very responsible adult today, chat. I went to the doctor. I went to the doctor. It was terrifying. My heart rate, I'm not joking, I'm not fucking with you, was running like 120 in the waiting room while I was waiting for this goddamn appointment. The doctor gendered me correctly and was not transphobic. We are winning. Is it bare minimum? Yes. Does it resolve half my fears? Also yes. But I went to the doctor today. I can't believe chat is streaking. Guys, this is not an 18 plus channel. You can't be doing that. You can't be doing that. But no, I went to the doctor, they stole my blood and they won't give it back, frowny emoji. Hello, Araya. Yeah, I'm working on some new emotes because all my current emotes actually have my old design on them. Oopsie. One sec, I'm gonna pull this up while I talk about the doctor. If you've been around here for a while, you will probably be aware of the fact that I've been experiencing some very concerning medical symptoms for like most of my life, if we're being real, but they got worse recently, I've always been a little bit fucked up, but it's gotten worse recently. So I finally, decided I'm gonna go see a doctor. And I said I was gonna see a doctor and then I put it off for 2 months, but I finally saw a doctor today. And they did not figure out what's wrong with me, but they did refer me to a cardiologist. Chat, this is what I used to look like. For people who, like, aren't long-time Twitch viewers, over here is the first model I ever made, because I make my models myself. I used to look like that, and if you pay attention to my emotes, all my emotes actually still use that design. God, I look so much better than I used to. Just a little stomach inside outism. Yeah, real. Are you feeling already lightheaded at all? Oh, I took a nap when I got home. AE, did you and my mom go to the same doctor? Because they couldn't figure out what's wrong with her either. I mean, given it was my first appointment with this doctor, I kind of figured they were going to figure anything out. I just kind of explained, hey, I've been dealing with, like, lightheadedness, fainting, fatigue, oversleeping, and they went, huh, we'll run an EKG, but if you want any further testing, you're gonna have to go to a cardiologist. And I'm like, okay. Can I get a referral? But yeah. Thumbs up. It's a step in the right direction, It is a step towards something better. And they stole so much of my blood. They're running like a thyroid panel. They're checking for like anemia, checking iron, all that. They're also running a hormone panel. So I'm actually getting my HRT levels checked for the first time. I think they took like 5 vials. They stole so much of my blood. But hey, it's something. Thyroid? Thighs? Where? Yeah, it was quite a bit. It was quite a bit. Oh, I forgot to make mix it up function. 1 second. There we go. There we go. Alright, that said, past me can go away, because low-key, he's a little ugly. He's ugly in an endearing way, but he's a little ugly. Let me say hello to everybody. Let me greet folks. Welcome on in to Zelda, to Wonder, to Lynn. Congrats, Dusklight Wanderer on the first. Gathered Yuri Enjoyer, lovely to see ya. Druid King Trillion. JM Astra Jordan. Chuckling Bird. Druid. Wonder again. I can't believe Wonder stole my fucking blood. I can't believe Wonder was the doctor. I can't believe Wonder has a degree to practice medicine in the state of Florida. Zelda player Araya, lovely to see you. Astra Arts. Let's see. Endercats. There's so many usernames in chat. I love you guys. Chuckling Bird. Omega Scales, lovely to see you. Draken's Horde. Enjoy your lurklin. Also, thank you, Chuckling Bird, for the gift sub to Lin. Jordan, wonderful to see you. One-Eyed Ghost Kid, lovely to see you. Fuse. Pyro, wonderful to see you as well. I can't believe the doctor took your blood and put you in the cone of shame. Hey, hey. I did not get put in the cone of shame. I did not bite the doctor. Hello, Ian Tino. Lovely to see you as well. New version seems cooler, more together, slightly tanned. I agree. I think my current model looks older and more mature. And I appreciate that. That's the amount they took from your mom today as well. Pyro, I have to break something to you. I'm actually your mother. Your mother is actually a trans furry on the internet. Doctors may get my gender wrong in the receipts, but decided that he's honestly really convenient in prescribing meds and doing bloods. Literally a short walk from my house. Honestly, valid as hell. Also lovely to see you, Alex. Like there's sacrifices in medicine, and ideally we should get doctors that are respectful. But like I'm really grateful that like they had a when I checked in, they had like a little preferred name thing and a pronouns thing on the paperwork, and so I marked that off very nervously because like that's so much easier than walking to the appointment and being haha, by the way, the name on my chart's wrong. And so the doctor walked in and was just like, hey, nice to meet you, just want to clarify, and was like you know, clarifying my identity with me and making sure everything was good, and I'm like, thank you. They took all the blood. A needs donations from chat. Just stick your fingers in the bars. Yeah, stick your fingers in the bars. But thank you, chat, for being proud of me. Thank you for being proud of me. We did confirm whether or not the doc had fangs and maybe drank blood. Listen, you think I was paying attention? I was not looking anywhere near that vial. I've never gone past 2 or 3 vials. Is already a lot for me. That's why I needed his blood. Listen. Okay, so I'm very used to getting mass amounts of blood drawn because I am on a lot of medications. I take... It's actually only 4 different medications that I'm on, but they are like controlled substances that you need to get regular blood testing to be on. For a while, I was getting my blood drawn 4 times a year. Hello, Amarillin, lovely to see you. And congrats on the birthday, One-Eyed Ghost Kid. For a while, I was getting my blood drawn 4 times a year, in like mass amounts of it because of the medication I'm on. Oh, whoa. Doctors never get my gender right, even my endocrinologist. Did have a receptionist misgender me in the opposite direction to what I normally get, but that fucking sucks, and I hope that they get better, genuinely. But, nah, we all deserve doctors that respect us. The nurses always comment on how quickly my blood flows. Do you have, like, weirdly thin blood? Anyway, yeah, first time you get blood drawn for HRT tends to be a shit ton of different tests. Yeah, absolutely. They usually take, like, 4 or 5 for me, so I'm not too... I'm pretty used to it, but it was a lot. Hate having my blood drawn. I got the thing where I faint after a blood draw. So I used to always faint. I actually used to faint pretty much every time that I got my blood drawn. Then I started HRT, and I have to inject myself with testosterone once a week. And I kind of got forced to get over my fear of needles really quickly, you know? Turns out that starting a medication that requires you to inject yourself makes you really good at handling needles really quickly. So I'm more or less over my intense phobia of needles. I just hate the feeling of when it gets sucked out, makes me want to punch the needle across the room. No, that's real as shit. I hate the feeling of the needle going through the layers of skin. I don't like it. I don't like it. I think I have really thin blood. I have a problem where if I take blood thinners, I have blood flow. Yeah, okay, you have weirdly thin blood. I think that's your problem. Thank you so much for the hydrate, Lincoln. They, them, it is never a default for people. Some people feel the need to be formal with sir or ma'am, it just isn't helpful. I get that, Lynn. For a while, I used just pure they, them pronouns, and it is a lot harder to be respected because a lot of people don't recognize they them as an option. Um and that fucking sucks. Like the it is hard enough being respected as a trans person who has a binary identity or uses binary expression. Uh it is a lot harder to get respected if you're any variety of non-binary, and I am so sorry you have to deal with that. Like I'm lucky that I feel like along the way I kind of realized that he him pronouns slap for me. Uh because it is genuinely a lot easier to get respected. I feel like I'm lucky that I've never had a fear of needles, and thanks to the autism, it's always registered as an interesting sensation. The other thing that helped with my fear of needles, actually, is that I used to be in a molecular genetics lab where I was handling animal blood samples a lot, and, like, you know, taking animal blood samples, uh, extracting DNA, running DNA purification, and then sequencing those DNA samples. Um, so that's the other thing that got me a lot better with handling needles and blood draws. Just like being on kind of the other end with the processing of blood samples, because that stuff I find fascinating. I'm not at all scared by like the sight of blood or anything. It's just the I think it's the anxiety around the medicalness of it, and also big long thing. Hello, Red Wolf, lovely to see you. Rah, rah, rah. But in any case, I was an adult today, chat. I did a very good job, and you should be very proud of me. You should be so proud of me for being a very good adult Enfield. This is such a song to be playing right now. You did so good, thank you. Chat, this is such a song to be playing right now. This is a song that the Narcissist Cookbook wrote making fun of January Sixers. Quit enjoy big long not reading the rest of that sentence. Have deep veins. Last time I had blood drawn, tech had to jab me a couple of extra times to find the vein. Oh, that's the worst. Honestly, the thing that's helped me in both blood and other habits is internally telling yourself you want things to be more painful rather than less. Tricks your brain to handle it. Well, I mean, especially if you're a masochist. The day that uses to struggle for real. Just saying that, but I'm glad for anyone that can get the respect. Absolutely. And I promise this is a respectful zone no matter what. But yeah, no, I fully recognize and respect that for people who do not use any kind of binary form of expression or language, it is a lot harder to get respected. Even if I am a non-binary person, like, I'm in a weird spot where I am a non-binary person. Also, hi Magi, bark bark bite bite. I am a non-binary person. I am not a man. A lot of people, because I use he him pronouns, like, do assume or project the idea that I'm a man. Shout out to the fellow trans person who on I Don't Regret Girlhood left a super long comment basically being like, I think this video shows that you're really immature. I fully respect that you are a man, but this is such an immature video and you need to get over yourself. And I'm like, first of all, I'm not a man. Like, damn, alright. But in any case, sorry, I am still a little bit salty over that comment. But regardless, like, I fully, like, I'm not a man, I am non-binary, but I fully respect for, fellow trans people who are, more like, for lack of better term, pure non-binary, who don't use any kind of binary language. It's a lot harder to get respected, and I hope that that is something that gets better in time. Just putting it in a box because it's so comfortable for them. You ask for they, them, and everyone is a grammar teacher. Yeah, literally. It's annoying as fuck. I think the biggest thing that put me at ease at the doctor, actually, is when I was checking in and they had, like, a little pronouns box, and it was a little thing where it came up with a whole menu. And they, you know, of course they had the standard he, him, she, her, they, them, but they also had a handful of, like, common neo-pronoun sets in there, and I'm like, oh, this is a chill place. And chances are it's a situation where, like, if they've seen something get requested, they've just added it to the database like as a custom one. But like the fact that like I'm filling out the paperwork, and in their little select your pronouns thing, they have that they had a handful of common neo pronoun sets. Like that is such a beautiful step in the right direction that immediately put me at ease. No worries, Nature Safety. Good luck with the weeding. I thought that said wedding for a moment. I was like, aren't y'all already married? I was like, are y'all getting married again? Enjoy your lurk, Danger Safety. All the best. That's an interesting litmus. Like, how do I say? Neopronouns are such a kind of far out there thing for a lot of cishet people to even wrap their heads around. And I'll be perfectly honest, I don't expect a lot of cishet people to wrap their heads around them. And I wouldn't even argue that's the point of them. But I was so shocked and so immediately put at ease by the fact that that would even be an option present, you know? That it's not even just a option to like fill in your own at the pronoun box. No, like they had a handful of common neopronoun sets as like selectable options already entered in the system. Just immediately felt a lot more comfortable, say, like being trans in the space, which is really wonderful. Renewing your vows are a thing for some reason. I mean, true, but like, I'm pretty sure Null and Safety have been married for like a few months now. I'm pretty sure they only got married a few months ago. I could be, you know, time's not real. I work at Amazon. On the profile, they have every pronoun, including neo ones. Made me so happy. Use they, them on my profile, so I get called the default. Too scared to workplace harassment because the area I work and live is pretty conservative. And that fucking sucks ass. In the context of a doctor's office, I felt a lot more comfortable because like they do have more of a oath to cover it, and like it's unfortunately, it's a little bit different when it comes to like a big company with a ton of employees who can fucking suck. Uh, and also, Amazon as a company sucks. It's not me saying that Amazon as a company is good. But in a medical setting, it felt a little bit more likely to get taken seriously, you know? Time is not real. At least linear time is bullshit. I agree. Time's not real. Time is bullshit. A lot of time it comes down to knowing someone who uses them. I mean, very true, yes. But in any case, hello everyone! We're gonna be drawing today. It's an art stream, but I do have a couple things that I gotta announce first. First of all, my 4-year stream anniversary is gonna be on March 4th. That's about a month away. I have a ton of work I need to do to be ready for the event. It's gonna be a little bit of a slow... I don't want to announce too much too early with how much prep I still need to do, but it's on the way. 4-year stream anniversary, March 4th. Exciting stuff, be there or get it. Other announcement though. I am going to be part of a fundraising event as part of a brand new charity group starting very soon. You might have seen the announcement in the Discord or on Blue Sky. This is Shinies for Good. It is a content creator charity group of people who shiny hunt, and we're going to be running a handful of like shiny hunting themed events to fucking do charity. Okay. This was all Flydia's idea. Flydia was like, hey, I want to do a fundraiser to raise money for those impacted by ICE activity and to help out immigrants and whatnot. And she absolutely loves Pokemon and shiny hunting. That's so much of her content. And so she went, what if I did a shiny hunting event where I shiny hunt Pokemon types that are super effective against the ice type? And she comes to me and Stella about it, and we both go, this is an amazing idea, get us in. Let us be part of this. So it became a group. If you want to get involved, our first community fundraiser is going to be February 10th to 16th, so coming up very, very soon. We do have a Discord server for it that you can join. If you join the Discord server, so long as you have like some kind of public social media with your online attached to your online persona that is linked to it, will approve you and you can participate in the event. We also have the little Tiltify thing here. It'll all go live starting on the 10th. We'll talk more about it then, but I will be participating as much as I can that week because fuck ice. I'm probably going to be focusing on fire types because fire types are like my favorites, but we'll be picking some mons in these categories to hunt, most likely in ZA. One more time, what is it called? The group is called Shinies for Good. We're calling it Shinies for Good, and this is just our Ice Out fundraiser. We will probably be doing more projects in the future, more events, shiny hunting themed fundraisers, but you can find us shiniesforgood.bluesky.social. I did the logo. I did our logo, and I think I did a very good job. You can find us on Blue Sky. I think there's also a Twitter, but fuck Twitter. And then we have a Discord server. You can find it linked down here. So yes. Cool stuff. Hello, Ember Ray. Lovely to see you. Things are all right. I went to the doctor today. What if part ice / one of those types? I'm not sure. I don't know if those count. I'd have to talk about the rules with them. Looking forward to it. It's going to be a good time. We're going to be raising money for the American Immigration Council, and I am looking forward to shiny hunting on stream more. But yes. Those are the big things currently on the agenda coming up soon. Lots of fun stuff as per always. But I'm very, very excited for those events in particular. All that said, though, I have emotes I need to draw. So, chat, we're going to be drawing emotes today. It is emote time. Can I join the Discord if I'm not a content creator yet? I don't know if you'll get verified if you're not a content creator, because it is specifically a thing for, like, creators who want to be part of the group. I would have to ask Flitty about it, I'll be perfectly honest. Knowles made the dangerous decision of calling her mom before the edibles kick in. I love weed. Good luck. Good luck to both of you. I love weed. I have a funky little weed vape now, and it's been a dangerous thing for me to have around. But yeah, most likely shiny hunting in ZA. I do have a handful of other Pokemon games that we could potentially check out. We'll see. I would have to start new profiles if I did anything other than ZA, because that's the only one I've played on my my OLED. But hee. You know what? I should add a command for the Ice for Good stuff. Actually, that'd be smart. Or sorry, not the Ice for Good. The Shinies for Good. I should add a thing for that. Let me add a command real quick. How do I add commands again? Commands. I mean, it's a vibe and helps anxiety. I mean, also true. I've been finding if I hit it for like half a second, it gets me chilled out enough where the anxiety is gone and I zone out in a not destructive way. But also, I don't want to become dependent on that kind of shit, you know? Not that there's anything wrong with, like, using fucking medication. It's the same as any other medication. That said, it's a medication, or it is a substance I also use recreationally, and I don't want to cross those wires, if you understand, you know? Like, it can absolutely be a helpful substance for some people, and I could see it being a helpful substance in emergencies, but I don't want it to become, like, a daily use thing for me, especially because it's something I also use recreationally. I think having that conflict of interest there could be a problem for me. Not necessarily for everyone, but potentially for me. Okay. Oh, why did everything just break? No, don't do that to me. Oh no. What happened? Don't break on me. Professor Streamer doesn't remember how to make commands, ladies, gentlemen, and envy, brethren. I'm doing my best out here. Okay? Okay? Chat message. All right, let's see if I did that right. Okay, okay. Let's see if I did that right. Hell yeah! All right, chat. So now if you type exclamation point shinies for good, or why did it not work? Do I have to capitalize? One second. Okay, so I fucked up. What did I do wrong? So the issue is that I can't spell. Shine ease for good. There we go. So now if you do shinies for good. Nope, that's incorrect also. Yeah, that was Soup for My Family by Pigeon Pit. They're my favorite band. Yay! So now if you type shinies for good or SFG in my chat, you get the link for the shinies for good Blue Sky page. So if anyone is interested in participating or donating, that's where all of the info will be. I'm so good at everything. I'm an extremely competent. Probably not going to join in the fundraiser there since I was thinking of racing for a different anti-ice charity. Still doing research later in March for my birthday. Can probably signal boost your SFG campaign via an article on my website if you guys are okay with it. I can poke Flydia about that. I would want to get Flydia's permission, probably, but if you either like have contact with Flydia already and want to ask permission, or I could ask for you. But yes. I can poke her about it. But yay, there you go! The shinies for good Blue Sky! Join the Discord regardless? How fucking yeah. We appreciate you. So you can actually just ask in there, probably. I'm really excited for it because one of my goals this year is to do more charity and mutual aid work, and this is a big step in that direction. Alright, something's breaking. Give me 2 seconds. Alright, please don't be broken. But no, I'm really grateful to Flydia for telling us about this. Or for getting us involved in this. Because it is going to be a very good time and I'm looking forward to getting to participate. Let me also real quickly... I'm gonna export this to a file real quick. There we go. Alright, I'll share that with the Chinese for Good team later. Some of the music choices here remind me of an Irish folk song I was thinking of recently with a particular enjoyable lyric that goes, "Some say the devil is dead, buried in culinary. More say he rose again, joined the British Army." That sounds like a vibe! If you have the name for that song, Alex, I'll happily take it. Hello, Black Flang. Black Fang. Thank you for the hydrate today. I have too much caffeine in me. We're doing our best out here. Alright, but thank you for the hydrate Scale Rider as well. We have emotes to draw, chat. We have emotes to work on. I love old protest music. Oh, wait. Before I get into it, I played this during the intro, but I'm gonna force y'all to listen to it again. This is Fuck Ice by Space Monkey Mafia, and it is my current brainworm. I'm on such a ska punk kick. What's your favorite catchphrase aside from critter noises? Bark, bark, bite, bite. Hey, fucker, where are your electrolytes? Fuck you. I'll make more electrolytes during the outbreak. I didn't make any today. Fuck ice. It's so good. It's so good. Fuck ice. I didn't have the energy to make any more when I got home. Fuck ice. Fuck ice. Fuck ice. Fuck ice. Just found a full set of fingers for the fops. Oh, how so, Scale Rider? Did you see the fit check in Discord? I don't think I did, Syrup. Did you post a fit check earlier? To be okay, in my defense, I the EP insomnia kept me up absurdly late. I was up until like 6 a.m. Went to bed, woke up at like 11, went to a doctor's appointment, came home and took a nap. Just found out a teacher that I really like used AI for the class. Very angry right now. Kill them. /J. Okay, the fit check goes hard. The fit check absolutely goes hard. This screams to me. I'm gonna pull this up on stream real quick. Y'all, this screams to me like Victorian era, and like non-binary androgynous badass, you know? You guys know like the, how do I say? The, like, there's something about a vibe like this that just screams there's something going on with your gender. There's something going on with your gender. Pirate, you know, true. Pirate is inherently a non-binary aesthetic. I fuck with it. I fuck with it heavy. If I didn't hate formal wear so much, I would love to dress like that. Some say The Devil is Dead by Wolf Tones. Let me cue that real quick. It has been cued. Up it screams gender, none in particular, just gender. Exactly. You understand. Who made the song, the Ice song again? It is... Oh god, why am I blanking on the name? Space Monkey Mafia. They're a really cool Minneapolis-based, ska punk band. Heavily recommend them. Thank you for the hydrate, Lynn. Hello, some femboy. All the gender. So you're so right. No, that is such a gendered look. Hello, Boofted. How are you doing? Thank you for the resub. It is such a gendered look, and I'm here for it. I have a love-hate relationship with gender. Some days I love it. Some days I hate it. Like I think I love gender in the abstract. I just hate it in action. You know. I think gender in the abstract is fun. Gender as this thing that I can play around with and do as I please with is fun. But when gender has to interact with like other people and their social biases, that's when gender gets shit. Like I enjoy the performance of gender. I enjoy gender as this funky little thing that I get to engage with to my own whims. Because like I'm not a man, but I enjoy presenting masculinity. I enjoy the performance of it, the you could say masquerade of it at times. I think that the performance of masculinity, even if I'm not a man, is something that I find enjoyment in. But I hate that gender has consequences. So I switched from VS Code to Emacs. Programmers know what that means. I don't. The pivot I'm not trying to rocket. It demands like it demands to be. I feel like I could pull it off of it, but I'd be uncomfortable as hell. You know. I get that. I just want to be how I am, but people be weird. Real as shit. I'm gonna be so honest. Like femboys did so much for my sense of gender. I was a pure they them kind of like self-hating little trans mask who was so mad at gender for the longest time, and then I found out about femboys, And it kind of revolutionized my sense of self and to gender and kind of introduced me to this like type of masculinity that didn't scare me. Uh, and I've always been a little bit jealous of that particular gender expression. Femboys are the closet breakers. They really are. There's something like one of my favorite comments on I Don't Regret Girlhood is a trans femme person going like, you know, uh, talking about how femboys are just this universal, both ends of the aisle gender breaker. And we love that. Not to say that everyone gets their gender identity from the femboys, but like they have a way of breaking shit. The femboys have a way, regardless of which side of the aisle you are on, of being the first little crack in that closet. Let's just say I no longer need a Microsoft owned slow product. I am using an editor that is older than me and can run on a potato connected to a solar panel. Real and valid. Hello, truth-telling puppet. Bark bark bite bite. Femboys didn't break my egg. Transformation did. You know what? That's real. I think kink content is the other way that a lot of people figure shit out. This is okay. So I have a friend who is trans femme, who like a big part of her figuring out that she was trans femme was a fascination, a long held fascination and interest in like uh how do I say? I'm trying to find the right words for this. Like, I guess Yuri, but particularly things that lean into. And I want to be clear. I'm using this term just because it is like this is a term that I know a lot of people have an amount of discomfort around. It's definitely a very nuanced term. Some people find empowering. Some people find disturbing. It's like only ever use this term with real people if you've already cleared it with them, because the majority of people are going to be made uncomfortable with this term. But part of her figuring out her identity was a fascination with like Yuri content, particularly content containing the trope of futa, you know? And that's not going to be the way most people figure out their identity, and it's definitely a trope that comes with a lot of problems, but that could be someone's like way of figuring themselves out is real as shit, honestly. Some people figure out who they are because of weird niche NSW content. Hello, Vexed Gal, lovely to see ya. I'm gonna be real, not the first time I've heard this. Oh yeah, absolutely not. Known a couple girls like that? Absolutely. It's a thing that happens. And while it is a trope that you know has some issues alongside it, for some people it is an amount of empowering or played a role in them figuring themselves out. I don't like it, but it definitely made cracks in my eggs. Valid. Valid as fuck. Like it's complicated and nuanced. She discovered her gender through a federal unemployment tax act. See, here's the thing, Queen Robin. I can't tell if you just don't know what the word means. Only downside of using Emacs is sometimes I Google something about it and find a thread from 12 years ago without information and a link to a site that no longer works. This is what using like free old ancient like editing tools feels like. Yeah, I know I'm a girl because I'm unemployed. Chat, getting assigned your gender because you're getting paid less than your male colleagues. Just discovered what the word means. Sigh. Yeah, it's a very common trope in fiction that like for some folks it's like I know a lot of trans folk have very complicated relationships with it. There are some who find it empowering. There are some who find it very frustrating and transphobic in origin, and it absolutely, I feel like it can easily be both of those things, you know? I think it very easily, depending on how it's handled and who's writing it, can be anywhere from empowering to problematic. And it's okay for it to be a complicated, nuanced issue. A lot of things are complicated and nuanced. Mr. Twink, what are you making day? And what are we talking about? Gender stuff? Yeah, we're yapping about gender, as we often do around here. For me, it was running on a treadmill for over an hour, being forced to look at a body length mirror. Why do gyms do that? I hate that shit so much. It ain't for me, but I don't want to inherently judge others. Yeah, like it's obviously a complicated issue. It is obviously a complicated, nuanced issue. Gender assigned at tax fraud. No, I don't know what's the obsession with the gyms and having massive mirrors either. I've always hated that shit. Like I'm at a point currently in my life where I think I'm relatively attractive. Uh, but for a lot of my life, my gender dysphoria was a lot worse. But yeah, we're arting. We're making art. Yowie hands. I know I've got weirdly long fingers. I'm aware. Alright. Anyway. Okay. I think the funniest thing about my doctor appointment today was the extent to which, like, the, I could tell the doctor was, like, a little bit nervous, like, probably hadn't worked with many trans people, like, very much wanted to be respectful, but was, like, made like three different little clarifications, like, okay, I want to you to make sure you know that I'm not doing this to be offensive, it's just part of the procedure, when being like, yeah, like, I'm gonna have to ask you medical questions that are related to feminine body parts, and like, it's kind of adorable, you know. I think it's almost a little bit adorable at times watching cis people kind of stumble around efforts to be supportive. Like they have the spirit, but they don't quite know what they're doing. I don't know. I find it endearing. For me, it's the spirit of someone who's trying but doesn't quite know what they're doing. You know, surprisingly, I don't remember having a gradual egg crack. What I remember is that I figured out what non-binary people were and went, oh, well, I feel like that. For me, I knew something was off with my gender for a long time, and I spent a while looking for the correct terminology until I just realized I could identify as non-binary. Like, there was no one moment. Well, actually, no, there was a moment for me. There was a moment for me. Because I remember pretty vividly the first day I noticed, like, visible growth of my chest, and, it was hell immediately. I immediately felt this incredibly intense discomfort and sense of wrongness from the presence of Tibby. And long before I ever had like a binder, I would like regularly make efforts to try and compress that part of my body as much as possible, via whatever means I could, long before I knew I was trans. So yeah, no, there kind of was a moment for me. I just didn't connect it to gender dysphoria because I didn't know what trans people were yet. For me, the doctor I had worked with for gender stuff just put me down. This is what it feels like. And I'm sorry that you've had such negative experiences. Like, I'm glad that for the first time in my life, I'm having a positive experience with the doctor as far as being trans, but, you know. And I hope more people get to have that, you know. I've had lots of not supportive experiences with doctors as far as being trans. I'm very grateful that for the first time in my life, I'm having a positive experience. Damn titty jump scare. It straight up was. I was like fucking 14 getting hit with the titty jump scare. 14-year-old AE getting hit with the titty jump scare in the mirror. I wish things were different for a lot of people. Absolutely. I get you. In a Discord server that is mostly femboys, cis and trans, and trans femmes being nice to each other and complimenting each other a lot. Really nice. A lot of the trans femmes started as femboys. Yeah, it's very real. A lot of people, like, you know, it's not uncommon for a lot of trans femme people to go through a little phase where they are briefly femboy before realizing and exploring their identity more, the kind of gradual shift. I kind of did the opposite thing where I went like hardcore tomboy to straight to pure non-binary to like mask leaning non-binary. A lot of people do that shit. Huge agree on my first binder before I realized I was trans. The fact that you went to the extent of getting a binder before realizing it is really funny, truth telling puppet. That is really funny. Hello, aloe drinker. Lovely to see you. Bark for bite bite. That's really funny. How do you buy a chest binder and not go, huh, something's wrong with me gender-wise? Just realized it's just me and a catboy who assists in my VC group? Lola Mao. Nah, most of my friends are trans. We do have the token straight people here and there. And I do appreciate those people. This might be a weird thing. I might be weird for this. I kind of wish I had more, like, cis friends and more straight friends. Because sometimes the people I'm surrounded with are so heavily queer to an extent that I'm a little bit out of touch with, like, what is normal. Oh yeah, using a VPN in chat can prevent your messages from going through. Yes, this is a thing. Because a lot of VPNs are associated with like they get used by ban evaders a lot, so they get caught up with that whole thing. Especially because I have a lot of ban evader protections in place because of the doxing and harassment situation. I have my ban I have my ban evader stuff turned up really high to make sure that people don't attack me again. So a lot of the time VPNs will prevent you from being seen in chat. Apologies. But I kind of wish sometimes that I had more people in my general surrounding who were, like, straight or cis. Because it's really easy to lose kind of sight of what is normative, if that makes sense. Not that the normative is, like, any better or worse than my experience. And I love my queer community and whatnot, but, like... Okay. Part of it, I will be dead ass. With all my love to my queer siblings... Jesus fucking Christ, do we create so much interpersonal drama sometimes. I have had like 3 separate, mostly queer, like predominantly queer friend groups implode because of dating drama. And it's a little bit exhausting sometimes. It's a little bit exhausting sometimes. I'm like this... I get really uncomfortable sometimes when like my friend groups turn into massive polycules. Because I've only ever seen it turn out in disaster. To be fair, straight people cause hella drama too. I mean, yes, but it's kind of a different kind of drama. Like, okay. I've had this happen to me a lot. I will become a part of a friend group. I'll be very attached to the friend group. The friend group gradually becomes a massive polycule and everyone's very open because they're already like non-normative people who are super, you know, down with open relationships and polyamorous relationships. Someone oversteps someone else's boundaries in a romantic or sexual context. The group fractures in half. You know? It's a very specific kind of drama where now I have to listen to one half of my friend group call another one of my friends a rapist when it was a miscommunication of boundaries. And even like the victim isn't nearly as mad as like the rest of the friend group is. You know? Like, I think the worst part of it is when you have cases where like the people who are holding a grudge aren't even the people who are personally affected. It's everyone else being angry on their behalf. Well, like, if you sit down and talk to the person who was actually impacted, they're like, yeah, I didn't do a good job setting a boundary. Like, that's the worst part of it. And now, like, I can't hang out with my entire friend group and... This is stuff that's currently happening in my big friend group right now, and my big IRL friend group right now, and I'm fucking tired. I don't want to say too much because some of these people do watch my stream, but there was a situation with like one person flirting with someone else and it going too far, and now other people who were involved in the flirting are like mad at the one friend for crossing boundaries, even though the person that they were flirting with whose boundaries was crossed has forgiven them, and it's a whole fucking mess, and I'm tired. I'm tired. Straight people drama is just very different from queer drama because of the inherent differences between queer and straight and personal dynamics and the makeup of relationships. Yeah, exactly. And I particularly, the thing I'm primarily frustrated with is like how bad queer people are at communicating and setting boundaries. You know, you know, uh, like all my love to my queer community. I no, this has nothing to do with you, Booped It. I no, all the love to my queer community. A lot of people I've noticed in the queer community, and these are people who are actively participating in like polyamorous relationships, have not learned how to properly communicate their boundaries. And you really need to be able to properly communicate your boundaries if you are going to be engaging in any kind of relationship, but especially non-normative like open or polyamorous relationships. You need to be really good at communicating your boundaries and recognizing what is a personal offense versus what is like, you know, miscommunication and whatnot if you're going to engage in that kind of dynamic. And straight people aren't good at this either, but those straight people aren't entering, you know, or entering, you know, romantic relationships with like 4 different people. But yeah, none of this is an attack on my queer siblings or whatnot. It's just a very particular. Sometimes I wish a little bit less of my friend group, or that I had a few more cishet people in my circle, just because that particular kind of drama is a little bit hard for me. I've had very negative experiences with people trying to like force me or pressure me into their polycules. So when my entire friend group starts to become a giant polycule, I do get a little bit uncomfortable. I hear that all too well. So many instances I've heard from both sides and heard one go, they were cheating, the other saying we had conversations about this and they just said something like do whatever you want. Yeah. Boundaries are hard, don't get me wrong, but like, come on guys, if we're gonna be entering like polyamorous situationships, we gotta be doing better. We gotta be doing better. Nothing against polycules, but I've seen serious drama. My thing, like, polycules are an extremely valid form of relationship. I have nothing against polyamorous relationships. I have been in them. I have enjoyed them. When it comes to engaging with interpersonal relationships of that sort, I prefer to do so in non-normative settings, such as polycules. Rather, I prefer, like, open, casual dynamics. I don't really, like, I don't date people. I just, you know, casually engage with people that I care about. But, like, I prefer engaging in interpersonal relationships in those non-normative spaces. I have had too many cases and situations where people do not know how to communicate their boundaries or interests well enough, and it turns into a shit show. You know? I have nothing against them. I think they are an incredibly valid, lovely form of relationship. They require more communication skills than mono relationships do, you know? Not even like the same amount. No, they outright require better communication skills than mono relationships, you know? Polycules are just so complex. Their communication is a lot more important for the entire thing to stay together. Yeah, absolutely. But no, like, most of the stuff I talk about is in regards to, like, my most of my trauma in regards to this, I should say, is specifically related to my college friend circle, and I actually have reconnected and, like, talked through it with a lot of those people more recently in my life. So there's no bad blood with me and those people anymore. It was a case of, like, a bunch of young adults overstepping each other's boundaries because they couldn't communicate. But I'm kind of seeing it be recreated in my current friend circle, and, you know, you know, Straight people get their boundaries from general society concepts, I think, what queer communities do with more personal boundaries, but with the inherent messiness of handling things, especially within the context of a world that pushes stress onto all members of the community. Yeah, and I think it doesn't help that a lot of queer people are kind of non-normative when it comes to interpersonal relationships or like, you know, sexual and romantic dynamics as is. Like I say this as someone who's very involved in like my local kink community and whatnot. Uh getting into kink has forced me to learn how to better communicate my boundaries and whatnot. I was not always good at that shit. A couple like I also say all of this having been the kind of person in the past who very much struggled to communicate my interpersonal boundaries and got hurt because of it, you know. I am not immune to this. This is a thing that I've done. And I had to learn the hard way how to set the boundaries I need to be comfortable. And I'm glad I took the time to do that. Kind of begging more people to do that. Struggle with setting boundaries. Adding more people makes it much harder for me to keep those boundaries. So as much as I would like to be okay with them, I know I would not be healthy for me, so I avoid them. And that's incredibly valid. And I think knowing yourself is really important, Mix Maxi. 100%. Like you're making the right choice for yourself. Hello, Lilac the Lavender. Welcome on in. Mods, can we get a shout out? Hello everybody, hi, I'm Archivist, I'm your resident chaotic Enfield. I stream Not Quit Virtual Games and do art here on twitch.tv. We're currently working on some new emotes, just in time for my 4-year streamiversary coming up in about a month, on March 4th. Everyone go give some love to Lilac the Lavender. What were you up to tonight? It's so lovely to see you. I hope you're doing well. We're talking about polyamory and how, while it is an incredibly valid form of relationship, it requires a lot of communication skills. And kind of the ins and outs of that. We're a very loud queer leftist community here. I talk about queer shit, leftist shit, punk shit, anarchist shit. My pronouns are he, him, or they, them. Pleasure to make your acquaintance. Also, the doctors stole my blood today. They won't give it back. Well, come on in, Vicey Fox as well, though. Let's go, Polly. Yeah, fucking mad respect for polyamorous relationships. God, queer people, learn to talk about your boundaries challenge, please. EP Soil Dip, no worries, you take care, Alex, all the best. Did you ask for the blood back? Probably. Playing God of War Ragnarok? Hell yeah. Lots of Norse Greek mythology and love of the story. Ooh, sounds like fun. I do love me some mythology. I think I've heard really good things about that series. It's something I want to check out eventually, but have not had the opportunity as of yet. I would love to eventually, though. I would love to, at some point in the future, play those games. But no, I hope you've been enjoying. Would recommend, very good, great story. Noted. I do love me some mythology. Also, hello, Corvo Apollo, didn't see you there. Bite. Apologies. Not always the best at catching people in chat. I did want to read a couple things up above. Give me a moment, folks. As a poly person myself, anytime I've gone to have a talk about boundary or whatever, the partner in question has almost always been not really up to talking about that stuff, despite also being poly. Yeah, that's the thing. A lot of people jump into polyamorous relationships without having the skills necessary for that communication, and that is a really difficult thing, because like while polyamorous relationships are lovely and wonderful when they work out, they do require very good communication skills. As an aromantic, I don't know how to get and maintain one relationship, much less multiple ones. Yeah, that's why I more do casual shit. Hello, Dreamin' Hunter. Thanks for the follow. Lovely to see you. Bark, bite. Polyamory chat hitting OPSEC levels of communication. Or spec ops level of communication. Real as shit. Aromantic and still not sure what I'm doing to polycule. It just happens sometimes. Personally, I'm not too interested in dating of any kind. It's not that I'm against it, just not too interested. Just want to be cute and have friends, and that's real as shit. I am aromantic. I have done like romantic relationships in the past, but I'm not really interested in doing so anymore at this point in my life. Romantic relationships aren't my thing. You know, it's not my cup of tea. I enjoy casual sexual dynamics. I'm active in the kink scene and whatnot. And I kind of keep my interpersonal relationships there. But I'm speaking from like the experiences I've seen of like watching friend groups fall apart over this stuff, and I'm just like, come on, guys, communication is so important. Communication is so important. So yeah, I love the idea of policy, of poly, but I personally could not because I'm selfish with my darling. But for all those who can do it safely and communicate, hell yeah, yeah, absolutely. And that's so real. And knowing that about yourself, I think, is extremely important. Knowing that it's not an option for you because you are a more possessive or jealous person is perfectly okay and smart, you know? Also, there will be an ad hitting in about a minute. I do apologize, folks. During the ad, I'm going to be standing up and mixing myself a bottle of electrolytes because I need salt in my body. Do you really wish people would just communicate, though? Absolutely. I get you. Have a policy where if there are needs I can't provide, then I'm not allowed to be the person to tell you not to go find those needs. See, I think that's a complicated kind of policy, though. I don't know. If you're not a particularly jealous person or you don't particularly care in those regards, then it could work. But I feel like that's still something that could very easily lead to being overstepped. Maybe a quick round of League of Legends would help with the salt. Oh, absolutely the fuck not. I will not be caught. Listen, listen. No hate to the League of Legends players. I've met many, many nice, pleasant, wonderful League of Legends players. They are some of the most angry people I have ever met. I have like half the time I talk to League of Legends players, they're pissed off about the game. They're not having fun. I'm like, I could not. I could never. I have one of my like closest friends is really into League of Legends and like plays it at a competitive level and whatnot. Half the time when I talk to him, he is complaining about people throwing matches. I will sit in VCs with him and he's like, the last 5 matches, I had people who were just absolutely throwing. And I'm like, dude, are you having fun? Buddy, dude, are you enjoying yourself? It's actually what led me to realize I'm kind of a romantic, never had feelings of jealousy like that did. You know, that's fair. I do get jealous, but that's the BPD. And then I got therapy and got better. In any case, ad is running. I'm going to be right back. I need to put electrolytes in my water bottle. I will return. Hey yo, are we doing competitive HRT in chat? Hey yo, competitive HRT in chat? Chat, what does competitive HRT entail? What does it mean to be good at competitive HRT? Thank you for the hydrate. Ah, rah, rah, rah. Have you ever read Ranked Competitive Breast Growth? No, I have not. What the fuck is Ranked Competitive Breast Growth? I have questions. Thank you so much, Fuse, for the hydrates. I suck at it. I don't even macrodose pee. See, I'm out here microdosing my HRT. I'm on like an extremely low dosage of HRT. But I'm gonna be honest, the reason I'm on such a low dose is because when I upped my dose, I got like so unbearably horny that like I couldn't function. So, you know. Whoopsie. Whoopsie. Back from ad now previous convo, no worries. I throw my shade because I see League slash Dota players the same. Joined one match and first match got flung with so many new stars having existed. Understandable. If people enjoy the media, like, so fair. No shade to people who actually enjoy that style of game. I think I would hate myself. I mean, it does look like you have horns. You know what? Fair point. It depends on the individual from what I've heard, Vexcal. It depends on the individual. I've known some people who like starting estrogen like made them asexual. You know, it's very individual. Shitpost written by professional transom shitposters. That is beautiful. That is, you know, we stand our professional queer shitposters. Hello, Andy. How are you? Bark, bark, bite, bite. Linked it earlier. I do see that you linked it. That is way too long for me to read right now, but absolutely beautiful. Want to ask for a bit of advice? Yeah, of course. What's up? Everyone is different? Yeah, absolutely. Apologize not for all the terrible jokes you'll be experiencing from me now that I've made my way into this community. I'm not mad about it. I love my chat. Y'all are the worst, affectionately. Hello, Parshi. Welcome on in. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Lovely to see ya. Hi, Peru. Get your horizontal time. Don't worry. I needed some horizontal time earlier. Get your horizontal time. Progesterone, no, but estrogen does. It's very individual. Like, I've heard some people say that estrogen just, like, you know, made them completely uninterested in sex and sexuality. And some people who say it made them a lot more interested in it. It's very, very individual. What's horizontal time? Oh, horizontal time just means you need to lay down. If you need horizontal time, it means you need to lay the fuck down. I'm a disabled person. I probably have POTS. I'm currently trying to get that diagnosed. I'm seeing a cardiologist soon. I just got a referral for a cardiologist today. So like, I need a lot of horizontal time. Is sitting horizontal or vertical time? Halfway, midpoint. There are times where I need to lay the fuck down. Wondering about getting an editor to edit my VODs up on other social media platforms. Do you know where I might find someone like that? You might be able to find some services on VGen. That's about all I know as far as finding editors go, unfortunately. And I will say editing can be quite expensive. But yeah, you can talk to other content creators and see if they have editors, or you can go to VGen. Those are the places I would go. I do have an editor, but he barely has time to edit my shit. I'll be dead ass. Diagonal time is smart. Yeah, I think it's diagonal time. I think that goes hard. What's POTS? That might be me. So POTS is a So it's a form of dysautonomia or an issue with the autonomic nervous system, wherein the body struggles to regulate the heart rate or blood pressure, and it's associated with lightheadedness, dizziness, and fatigue when going from sitting to or laying down to standing, or when on the feet for a long period of time. So, for example, when I go from laying down to standing, my heart rate jumps from a resting heart rate of about 60 to 65 BPM to over 100 BPM. Hi, Safi. I heard blood. I came to drink. The doctor stole my blood, Safi, and they won't give it back. But yeah, I find my heart rate jumps like 30 to 40 BPM when I go from laying down to standing, and I get severe fatigue when I'm on my feet for extended periods of time. So, for example, after showering, I cannot stand up in the shower because if I stand up in the shower for more than a few minutes, I get dizzy and I'm at risk of fainting. I have to like sit down in the shower to be able to take care of myself, and like things like cooking can also be extremely difficult for me because I'm standing up over a object that is radiating heat. Um, so I need to spend a lot of my time horizontal. Ideally, I would be spending more of my days sitting in general, and I would need less horizontal time, but horizontal time is the best recovery. EU, do you have a shower chair? Not currently, no. I just sit down on the floor in the shower. Having fun with that issue? Yeah. So POTS, it's a issue with the autonomic nervous system. That's what I think I have. I have some form of either POTS or chronic fatigue. They were checking me for arrhythmia and like thyroid issues today. I'm pretty sure it's probably POTS. Floor shower time is a mood and your lowest of lows. See, the thing is, it's not at my lowest of lows, it's all the time. I have not been able to shower standing up since I was a kid. I can't. I'll faint. It's bad. It sucks. Also, this musician is absolutely incredible. This is Quill Darling, local musician, Gainesville based, but local enough. God, they're so cool. They're so cool. Take a wash rag, block the drain, and you have a warm rain puddle. I love warm rain puddle. Still can't have baths because the moment I get out, I risk fainting. God, Sappy, not you too. Not you too. POT stands for postural trachycardia syndrome. Yeah, because it's associated with like standing and whatnot. Posture, hee hee. Wait, showers aren't supposed to make you dizzy and require you to sit. Did not know this. I mean, it's not normal. Just because you have that symptom doesn't necessarily mean you have POTS, but it could be worth looking into some form of chronic fatigue and or POTS and or dysautonomia. Could be. I love floor time. Last time I had a bath, I had to carefully roll out of the bath and lay on the floor for a bit. Chat, please see doctors. Cause like, so I talk about this pretty regularly. I am forced to spend like most of my day on my feet. I on an average day get anywhere from 7K to 20K steps in. So I'm on my feet. I am moving all day. Uh, I struggle with like day-to-day activities. Or rather, yeah, I get like 7K to 20K steps a day, and by the end of the day, okay. This is a really annoying thing. You might have noticed sometimes on days where I'm out and I have to come home and stream, I'm like, "Hey guys, it might be a short one tonight." And then I gradually feel better over the course of the stream. Usually after spending 6 hours on my feet, I start to develop cold or flu symptoms that go away when I like sit down. Like the act of being on my feet for extended period of time drains my body intensely. And I unfortunately, because of like, how much I'm straining my body being constantly on my feet and the fatigue that builds up, I frequently sleep 10 to 16 hours. It's not great. I actually have very mild POTS, Lilac. Most people I know who have POTS have it much worse than me. If POTS is what I have. But the majority of people I know who have POTS have it significantly worse than me. I don't actually faint that often, and I can be on my feet for extended periods of time. I'm just gonna feel the effects of it later. But I'm finally getting medical attention for it because it's been getting worse recently, and I've started fainting occasionally. But yeah, unfortunately, POTS is not a condition that can be cured. It can only be treated with like behavioral changes and whatnot. But you know, you're a real one for dealing with that every day. Not gonna lie, it sounds genuinely awful. See, I used to be homeless. I was homeless for a while, and because of that, I kind of have this need to like grind like hell constantly. Being formerly homeless kind of puts you in a situation where you have no choice but to figure this shit out. Do, 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 do. There's big trouble in Little Gainesville, but I still wanna stay. There's big trouble in Little Gainesville, but I still wanna stay. You learn to deal with a lot of shit when things are rough, yeah. Like, unfortunately, having been formerly homeless, I don't have much choice. You know, like, I kind of just have to put up with it and live with it if I want to not end up homeless again. So I've learned to function through it, even. I've learned to function through a lot of conditions that I really shouldn't, you know? And I hope that getting further help will make it easier in the long run, but we'll see. Hello, host. Lovely to see you. Bark, bark, my bite. And welcome back, Syrup. Man, you've done so well. I appreciate it. Hey, I'm doing my best. I'm doing my best out here. That's all anyone can ever ask of us. I fight like hell, or I have fought like hell to get where I am, and I am really proud of the things I've accomplished in the last year. And I'm like, okay. I was homeless from September 21st to December, what was it, 16th or 9th? I think 16th of 2024. Less than a year after the day I recovered from homelessness, I hit Twitch partner. Like, I'm really, really proud of everything I've managed. It's been a long and difficult fight, and it's been a lot of me working, like, you know, between content creation and my IRO responsibilities, working easily 60 to 80 hours a week. I don't regret anything though. I fight like hell to do this because I love it. Even if I'm frequently pushing myself to my limits and I have to take fucking whole days where I'm comatose to recover, I don't regret any of it. Uh, it is a life worth living to me, even if it can be a difficult one. But hello, Emmy, how are you? Bark, bark, bite, bite. Tummy hurty disease is a nightmare, but I still exist. This is real as shit. Tummy hurty disease is absolutely a nightmare. Well, art is relevant. Would you be able to do the thing we talked about yesterday? I could, theoretically. My good buddy host took a song that I wrote and is doing a silly with it. And I need to make the little cover for it. See a doctor tomorrow and have a little confidence it'll help. I hope it does. Unfortunately, it does sometimes take a few meetings with doctors to get help, but good luck. Tummy hurty survivor, speak up. I have tummy hurty disease. Okay, host, what's the name of the track even? I don't know what the name of the track is. I also need a reference of your little guy. But nah, I wrote a song in like 2 hours. And host decided to, I need a reference of your little guy. Also, what are we naming the song? My little sister used to have consistent issues with passing out, but isn't an issue now that she's an adult. Nods, nods. Unfortunate but real. I just loved it when you named it cool. So I wrote a song, and I don't want to. Okay, here's the issue though. I still don't know if I want to link it to my VTuber activities though. That's the issue. I don't know if I want to link the song to my VTuber activities. Ah. I will work on it soon, I promise. Pounding with my arms crossed. If you tuned to my streams, you'd know what host looks like. Fuck you. Fuck you, bitch. But not Tommy Hurdy does survivors speak up, absolutely. Ah, blah, blah, blah. You don't even know me. I like the way you don't even know me. You don't even know me. Alright. It's the key to being lonely. I need to figure out what I'm doing with the rest of the hair here. I like the way you don't even know me. I like the way you don't even know me. I like the way you don't even know me. Hello, Project Apollo. I've been seeing you pop up, more of your shorts pop up on my YouTube timeline. That's surprising given I have not been uploading YouTube shorts. Hey, I'm glad that they're getting shown to people. Lovely to see you. How are you? I need to work on more YouTube shorts, actually. I have a script I've been meaning to write for the last few days that I have not gotten around to. Alright, this is an absolute mess, but I just need to get the thing for this emote done. Been good, busy, and kind of scared, but good. You know what? That's life sometimes. Hell fucking yeah. I'm sorry that you are a little bit scared, but good kind of scared. Oh, good kind of scared. What's the good kind of scared for then? Get DM'd Bozo, thank you. Good kind of scared definitely has me curious. Hey chat, whatever it is you've accomplished in life recently, I'm proud of you for continuing to exist and fight. I'm so proud of you for continuing to exist. Trying to be more consistent with my hobbies? Hell yeah. I hope it goes well. YouTube's algorithm is really weird at times. I do notice whenever I upload a new YouTube short, YouTube just decides that it's gonna show my shorts to a bunch of new people out of nowhere. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like, if I don't upload for a week, YouTube decides that my videos are gonna start performing like garbage. But the moment I upload again, YouTube's like, alright, we'll give you another chance. Scary to really start putting a lot of time and effort into something. Kind of time consuming. I totally get that. As someone who has a lot of very time consuming hobbies and interests, it's definitely a little bit scary trying to further devote or dedicate myself to them. But, you know, we do the things we love with whatever capacity we've got. And I'm proud of you, genuinely. I love the front bottoms. They're just pathetic man, the band. Braid my interest. Real. I think that's how I found you, probably. Accomplished being a mod for one of my favorite streamers. I'm so proud of you, Zelda. It is an honor to have you. For those who can YouTube consistently and get consistent results, feel far and few between, but yet are all around us. It's done me for a loop for ages. Yeah, I'm really scared to upload my second video essay. Because my first one went off so hard, you know? My first video essay performed incredibly, and I am so scared that anything I upload is never going to compare. Like, my first ever video essay hit 100K views, and I'm so scared that I am never going to get anywhere near that again, you know? Found you through YouTube algo, wrecking I Don't Regret Girlhood, and I'm so glad it did. I'm glad it did too, and it's like an honor that I Don't Regret Girlhood hit the numbers that it did. I'm so scared of it never happening again. Like, I'm so scared that when I release generative AI in the AI in the politics of death, that it is going to like absolutely fucking flop. Because I haven't uploaded a video essay in 6 months, because like doing YouTube consistently is hell. But you know, nothing hurts like uploading something you're proud of and it gets 0 views. Absolutely, and I know that feeling well. It's not until recently I started finding success as a content creator. Like I've been streaming and making content for 4 fucking years. And it's not until very recently that my shit started like performing. You know. Uh, so I totally get the frustration and pain that comes from like pouring your heart into something and watching it go nowhere. I 100% know that feeling. It is not until very recently that I kind of escaped that cycle. And I cannot promise any kind of secret to succeeding in the algorithm or whatnot, because ultimately I don't understand it. We are kind of at the whims of a constantly changing piece of computer code that is trying to predict what is going to make, you know, YouTube as a company the most revenue above all else. And that fucking sucks on so many levels. All I can say is keep on fighting, eventually you'll figure it out. And all of that for fucking, yeah, $60. All of that shit for $60. 100K views, chat, and I got $60 out of it. I'm not happy with how that looks. Chat, I released a YouTube video that got 100,000 views. I made 60. I'm gonna show this. Not to flame YouTube too hard, because it is the platform that, like, you know, exploded my Twitch. I went from averaging about 40 viewers to averaging 70 plus because of this YouTube video and whatnot. It is 100% like where my success came from. But at the same time, this video currently sits at 102K views. 102K. I've made about $68 for 100K fucking views. Like, the nice thing is it's a little bit of background revenue. It gets a solid like couple dollars a day. Never mind, it's made like nothing in the last week. Damn, it's been falling off recently. That sucks. But it makes me like a few cents a day, and I don't mind having that few cents. And like when it occasionally pops off, I'll start getting like 50 cents a day during its occasional spikes. Don't know what the fuck happened this day, but every now and then it'll spike and get me massive, like, you know, performance or whatnot, and I appreciate that. I appreciate that it's a little bit of an income creator in the background that's just kind of running there. And, you know, being able to have had this many eyes on my work in general is absolutely incredible. I am absolutely not going to complain about the fact that I got to have that level of success in the first place, even if things have fallen off pretty hard. But, like, what the actual fuck? What the actual fuck? I should have gotten, based on YouTube's estimates, I should have gotten nearly $1,000 off this video. I did not get nearly $1,000 off this video, obviously. And that kind of fucking sucks. But yeah, when the video performs well, I get like 50 cents to a dollar, and when it, occasionally hits these little weird bumps where it's not getting seen by anyone like it currently is, it gets me a few cents a day. And that's nothing to sneeze at. That's something. The issue being that it takes me like 6 months to make one of those. Maybe someone was like, hey, you guys are my friends, I need you to see this. I mean, yeah, I've actually, fun fact, that video, one of my moderators had one of their friends who does not know that they mod for me send them the video as a you need to see this. And that was honestly a really cool feeling. I've also been recognized in person from it. One time I was at an event and I was talking to a couple other queer people about like, the decision to start HRT, and I was paraphrasing some of my talking points from the video. And at this point, I've been on HRT for a few months, my voice has started dropping and whatnot, and I'm not through, the mic filters and all that. And as I'm, reciting my talking points from the video, they fucking recognize me. They call out that I'm the creator of the video. I know 2 songs by It Looks Sad, and that's my favorite one. It's a good song. But yeah, it's a decent. I'm pretty proud of the video. There's a few things I wish I'd done differently with it. I would absolutely, like, if I were to go back and make it over, I would redo a couple things. But ultimately, perfection is the enemy of done, and I'm just glad that I did it, and I'm very happy with how it performed. And I'm hoping that my next videos, even if they don't reach quite the same numbers, manage to impact people similarly. My next video is a bit less personal and it's not about trans stuff, but I think it's a very important conversation that needs to be had. And it's one that is, I mean, there are some personal elements to it. Perfection is the enemy of done. I'm going to use this. It's a good phrase. Hi, like in my next video essay is going to be about generative AI and necropolitics. It is a discussion of the ways in which generative AI is being used to perpetuate harm against the deceased, and what this means for our ability to grieve and our legal rights over our digital data. It includes personal anecdotes about people I know who have died, about loved ones that I have lost, as well as the personal anecdotes of a handful of people who have in some way integrated AI into their grieving processes, and why this is a bad thing. It's also very much kind of like set up for a video I want to eventually make talking about queer necropolitics. There's always going to be more that you'll want to do. That's the definition of getting better. True that. Yeah, early 2025, YouTube made some changes to their algorithm that suppressed the hell out of queer content. I've had several content creators, other like queer content creators, because like I wasn't making YouTube content at the time. I wasn't there for it, but I've had several queer content creators talk to me about the fact that like YouTube started suppressing LGBT and trans videos, especially a lot in early 2025. Thank you for the Hydra, Chuckling Bird. I'm surprised my video did as well as it did on modern YouTube. I only hope that whatever I upload next continues to impact people, even if my content becomes a little bit less trans-centric and a bit more leftist. Ultimately, like, what I want to do is become, like, the VTuber of BreadTube, if that makes sense. For those who are unaware, BreadTube is just a term that's used to refer to leftist YouTube. So if you watch any kind of leftist video essayists, be it the Leftist Cooks or like Joel or Sean, like those are breadtubers. They are the name comes from the book The Conquest of Bread. It's a pretty influential piece of leftist literature. I want to become the biggest VTuber on BreadTube. I also want to become, like, the punk VTuber, My long-term content creation goal is to be the person that people think of when they hear punk VTuber. Because there are a small number of other punk VTubers, And there are some of them that are also, you know, actual punks who are political in nature. Look at like Howie or what's his face? Punk Brock. I want to become the punk VTuber. I want to become the punk VTuber. Want to go on an adventure, but I indicate what I want to do because I can't go to Value Village. Aw, poor thing. Adventure. Furries are majority queer, so it makes sense. They suppress furry stuff with queer stuff. Yeah. There is absolutely a market for furry stuff. I don't know how to tap into that market. Content creation is a difficult game, and like, I don't know. I could, you know, look at someone's channel and try to analyze and give advice on like why their content is or isn't succeeding, but anything I say is just speculation. So AE plans to become the biggest punk VTubers so we can other the smaller punk VTubers. Okay, no, specifically, I want to other the quote unquote punk VTubers who don't talk politics. There are. I love the VTubing community. There are a lot of fashion punks in this community. People who, like, you know, dress themselves in alternative fashion but are not punk in value or, like, don't talk about this stuff. And I definitely understand as a content creator, like, we gotta protect our own mental health and whatnot, but, like, then stop presenting and advertising yourself as punk. You know? That's just my little hot take. So I want to become the biggest punk VTuber, because I want people to start associating the word punk with its actual values again, you know? For the other punk VTubers to be the biggest, yeah. I want to become the guy that people think of when they think of punk VTuber. It's one of my goals. Definitely didn't get caught tag swapping and get asked to leave. That would be naughty. Like in committing theft. I can't blame you. Got less queer content. That was more because January became my month of assembly programming for NES. You know what? Real. I feel like I'm punk only in values but not in the music or fashion. So this is my hot take or statement or whatever you want to call it. Punk is all about the values. Sure, the fashion and music are elements of punk culture. But I don't care if you listen to the music or dress the part. If you do not have the values that come with punk, you're not punk. And likewise, if you are someone who holds the values of punk and you want to call yourself punk, I don't care how you dress or what music you listen to. You can call yourself punk so long as you are living by and holding to the values that come with punk. So honestly, if you are a, like, you know, radical leftist who is willing to punch Nazis, you can call yourself punk as far as I'm concerned. But if you're not that, then you're not a fucking punk, you know? If you are someone who desires to resist fascism and stand against authoritarianism and fight for your community, then sure, you're punk. The Fops will achieve all of punk VTubing, you're so right. It's also part of why I want to get music more involved in what I do, though. Because, like, I'm someone who lives the lifestyle of a punk. I listen to the music, I go to the events and protests, I dress the part and whatnot. But also some of the most radical, badass, punkist people I know don't. Some of the coolest, punkest people I know, they don't dress the part. They don't live the values. And you know what? That's fucking fine. Because it's the culture that we're bred from the music, not the music itself. Could it just be the music? Yeah, I agree. Like, with the way punk has been so heavily commodified and, like, disrupted by capitalism, I'm at a point where so long as you are a loud fucking leftist, I don't give a shit. You can call yourself punk. That's all that matters to me. If you are ready to stand up against fascism, then you can call yourself a punk. I personally think Nazis are bad, so if that's controversial nowadays. Real though. Me mentoring a 20-year-old trans femme I'm friends with. Girl, you're already punk as fuck. Just listen to Minor Threat album already. I think this is a big feeling actually with a lot of subcommunities last decade, at least too. Yeah, absolutely. A lot of Okay. So here's my hot take. It's not a hot take. I call a lot of things I say hot takes. They're not hot takes. They're relatively milk toast fucking opinions. But I'm gonna say them anyway, as if that they're some kind of big, massive thought. I. One sec, my phone's being annoying. Shut the fuck up. Apologies. Needed to deal with that real quick. He was yelling at me. All right. This is my extremely milk toast opinion. Okay. Uh, Subcultures are dead in the modern internet. And have been so heavily commodified. That they've been basically replaced with aesthetic, and so much of people struggling to find community and struggling to forge friendships and a deeper sense of self, it is an intentional effort by corporations to keep them more consumerist and whatnot, but is very heavily rooted in the fact that the entire nature of the subculture is kind of dead. People treat a lot of subcultures as a aesthetic these days, in large part because they were taught to do that by capitalist interests. It is an intentional fucking problem that is being bred by the system at B. It is an issue that is impacting like all elements of subculture. You call it a milquetoast opinion, but damn, it got me. It makes sense and it hurts. I mean, it's real. Like it's a thing that happens as any subculture starts to become like acceptable and marketable. They've done it to punks. They've done it to goths. They've done it to emos. It's all been heavily commodified, and these subcultures have been stripped of their actual value and identity, and it fucking sucks. They're coming for the furries too. They've started to try and do it with the furries too. My hot take is I personally only consider furry an aesthetic, and it's only a community as much as anime otakus are a community. I feel like a lot of people put much more optimistic idea of solidarity for just their hobbies and aesthetics. See, I kind of disagree. But that might come from the fact that, like, I go to a lot of furry conventions and fur meets. And I definitely see subculture there. You know? They're coming for furries, but I still think that furries haven't quite lost their shit yet. I don't know. So proud of folk punk for avoiding the aesthetic trap by being so DIY and niche real. We're yet to have an industry plant in folk punk, because how the fuck do you industry plant folk punk? I feel like we would sniff them out within seconds. If an industry plant somehow got into folk punks, they'd be outed within minutes. You can't industry plant my niche shitty music taste. That speaks to where we've been. Okay, I'm having so much trouble getting this hair to work. Maybe I do the horns right now. Love songs and saying we do politics in G. We sing songs about our friends in E minor. And take up your guitars, then come on folks and try this at home. Should ever really mean is not sitting round and waiting for the lights to turn green. When a subculture is so small that everyone literally knows one another, literally. I'm like 2 degrees of separation from nearly every musician I listen to. Because, like, I'm friends with their friends. The majority of musicians that I play on stream, I am within 3 degrees of separation of. Because I'm friends with their friends. It's weird. But you know what? It's kind of a vibe. It kind of fucks. I think one of the wildest things, my favorite Florida-based punk band, um, one of my VTuber buddies is actually a close personal friend of theirs and recommended me their music like 5 days after I saw them live for the first time. Shit was really funny. I've also like talked to one of the guys who does like show booking around here, and he's talked about how like the folk punk community, one of the coolest communities he's been able to work with, because we're so respectful but so enthusiastic. Like I would say folk punk is one of the places where the punk spirit is the most alive. I would say furries are a much higher chance of being more cool because the majority of queer folks inherently, but I don't think there's much more than that. That's fair. It's also worth noting that like the side of the furry fandom I mostly interact with is the kink side of it. But I don't know. Uh I'm realizing I've been in the same chat. I just remembered that I had a personal fucking conversation with Matt Pless recently, an artist I've been listening to since I was like a kid. What the fuck is my life? What do you mean there's a bunch of greasy queers and leftists love assembling in music venues and basements and listening to banjo and line dancing? Real. So hard to lurk in these streams because the chat has always good things to say. I'm so glad. Keep not lurking. Give me attention. Also, hello, Phonetic Pharaoh. I love attention. I'm addicted to attention. It's burning hot, my lungs are blackening. Don't judge me, but I've got a cough. I'm smoking filter. It's burning hot, my lungs are blackening. Don't judge me, but I've got a cough. Actively perceive the fops. Real, real. How was the Matt Plus show? It was all right. It was a like only about 10 people showed up, so it was a very intimate viewing. No real moshing, but like his music goes hard. I adore his stuff. He played some of my favorites. I kind of like I prefer medium sized shows where there's enough people to have a mosh pit without getting lost in the crowd. But sometimes it's really just have a small show where you can have a personal conversation with the musician. Like I'm really excited to see Sister Wife Sex Strike again soon. Mostly because I've had personal conversations with them and I can't wait to see if they remember me as the guy they had to teach how to use Venmo. Gonna read through I can't read. Gonna read through my textbook while listening, but I've only gone through like 4 pages so far. Congratulations, S. Tracy. Welcome to an Archivist stream. Wanted to start a femboy band, not enough people around for me. That's always a shame. Starting a band is hard. I wanted to start a band for years. You fools, by observing the fops, you are changing the result of the fops. The song just made me want a cigarette for the first time in forever. See, I'm the kind of person. It was I think it's Smoking Filter by Everybody's Worried About Owen. I love that song in part because I'm absolutely the kind of person who like I cannot hit a fucking I can't hit a blunt or like a bong or anything without coughing my lungs up. It's genuinely a problem. I cough my lungs up anytime I smoke anything. Like it has been in VC with me while I've smoked and can confirm that I cough my lungs up anytime that I fucking put a substance in my lungs. I haven't figured out the technique yet. No, like it's bad. When I say I cough my lungs up, I cough my lungs up. Same dude, I learned to just do edibles. I can't do edibles because of my stomach condition. I just lost hearing in one of my ears for a second. Don't do that to me. That's gross. Chat, does that ever happen to you guys? Or am I, like, not normal? Do you ever just, like, suddenly out of nowhere lose hearing in one ear? It'll resolve itself in a couple minutes. That's normal, cool, beautiful, wonderful. I'm glad that I'm not fucked up. That's not usually normal. Like a ringing sound, your ear's full of gunk. There's a ringing sound and I can't hear the music in that ear anymore. Hello, host. Bark, bark, bite, bite. It'll resolve itself in a couple minutes. Thank you for the curse of Scuffy and Tino. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's just tinnitus. Yeah. It's just really intense tinnitus. Hi, host. I get that a lot, yeah. Going to shows will do that. Going to shows will do that. I love my body. It's a little bit broken. Like, ear stops hearing for a second and it's like, there is now noise. Literally, literally. It's a little bit weird. I know what tinnitus is, but also just sounds like yummy candy. Putting the tinnitus in my mouth. Chat, I'm not happy with, like, anything on the hair for this emote. Like, why am I having so much trouble with this? This shouldn't be an issue. Maybe I need to spend a little bit more time sketching. Give me a second, chat. I'm not a heterosexual. Anyway. I'll use a headphone that I use to play it off. Valid, valid. Is the hearing switching from stereo to mono? It does that sometimes, you know. Also, sorry, I missed a couple of chat messages that I want to read. Apologies. Also, hi, Orleans. I like the King Circles of furry too, but it reminds me you have the same infighting as you do to LGBT spaces. Not a dig at furry, just like you know how it can sometimes be when you watch the same ebbs and flows over the decades of social struggle within queer assimilation stuff. So you know what? That's fair. It might also help that like a lot of the furries I interact with are also punk. I don't know. I know going to a furry convention for me was an absolutely incredible, like, life-changing experience. Because it was the first time I got to, like, be openly kinking in public and whatnot. But maybe I'm looking at a very, like, small little piece of the furry circle. That's definitely a fair critique. There also is a lot of, like, racism and misogyny in the furry community. This is very true. I'm lucky that, like, you know, the parts of it that I've run in have not been that, but also most of the furries I interact with are also alternative. So. Guess the intersection of being POC specifically highlights a lot of the stuff, and I guess it's a big reason for my PV. You know what? That is fair. I'll admit, I probably have some amount of blindness to this as a white boy. And that is honestly really fair to call out, and I should probably spend some more time, like, analyzing and rationalizing that. That's so fucking real. And I do apologize. No. Chat, it's okay to recognize that you probably have moments of blindness. That's how it goes sometimes. Like, you bring that up, and I'm like, you know what? Actually, yeah, you are right in that. You are definitely right in that. It is unfortunately true. And, like, I'm gonna call out the punk circle for a bit. Well, I do think punk is a, like, existing, social circle. There is still, like, I wouldn't say necessarily racism, but a lot of, like, exclusion of POC folk within the community as well. Like, this is unfortunately a element of a lot of subcultures. And it's something that I'll admit sometimes I have a bit of a blind spot for, 100%. I guess I should also mention a lot of people don't realize there's been multiple generations of different labeled Nazi furry groups. Oh, also, absolutely true. The Nazi furries are 100% out there. I know in the spaces that I'm in, there's no tolerance for that shit. But yeah, like, yeah, it's absolutely the case that though, like, a lot of alternative spaces as well are very much, you know, dominated by white folk, and that's unfortunate. 100%. Had having to admit it, but it absolutely is there. Like, I remember I had this conversation with an ex of mine. We're still friends. We're on good terms. Who is goth? Like, the goth community especially has a lot of issues with racism within it, 100%. And these are things that, like, as people who avidly participate, as white people specifically who avidly participate in these subcultures, can be easy to blind yourself to. 100% a thing that I need to be more aware of. On the topic, oh yeah, happy Black History Month. Hell fucking yeah. Starts blasting Jer. It is actually like a thing that I'm trying to do recently, where I'm trying to seek out more POC led punk artists and whatnot, because like I recognize, like, okay, I love folk punk. I am very aware of the fact that, like, while folk punk is extremely queer dominated and trans dominated, it is very much white dominated. Uh and I'm like actively trying to get more like POC artists in my shuffle, because I recognize that fact. Shout out to Jer. Jer's absolutely incredible. But nah, like it's absolutely a thing. Not to try to take over everything. Like, I'm very, oh, don't do that. Don't buzz at me. I don't like it when you do that. Shout out to the Tampa hardcore scene for being very diverse. I have no experience with the Tampa hardcore scene, but hell fucking yeah. Congratulations, Tampa hardcore scene. Go away, bees. You're not welcome here. Don't notice sound not being there, only notice when it returns, which tends to be almost immediately weird. Alright. Hello, JM. Bark, bark, bite, bite. It is February in the US. Yes, it is February 2nd. Reminds me of my bee cosplay. It was fun. Nice. Valid. To be fair, a complex fucked up thing I learned in recent years is that the Burned Furs, Nazi Furs manifesto is influenced a lot by someone who's by a PC smut peddler now. Jesus fuck. That is gross. That is very gross right there. Like, I feel like the one thing that's worse than just like, you know, people being shitty and bigoted is them, while being shitty and bigoted, profiting off of the same populations they are bigoted against. There was like some kind of call out I saw recently. It was a piece of art wherein like the character depicted was POC, but people were like talking to comments about like this artist, like why are we all yelling and celebrating this artist as like a known racist and whatnot, and it just fucking sucks seeing that shit. Especially when it comes to fetishization, because absolutely fetishization is a big element of it. But no, I absolutely should probably pay more attention to that particular regard. Chat, it is okay to acknowledge that you have blind spots in your worldview or personal experience and to take in new information that may adjust how you see things. In fact, it is very healthy to do so. I think so many people are so scared of like admitting that they were wrong. And I try not to be that. Took me a while to figure out why there were so few mouse/rat sodas. Because one of the first burned furs was a rat soda. Interesting. Weird choice of species for anti-NSW stuff, like my famously listen, the one mouse furry I know personally is, I'm not gonna get into that actually. But anyway, yeah. Admitting you're wrong is admitting you want to learn. Oh, 100%. Actually, I'm gonna get rid of this layer. I don't like it. Wasn't there a major Zionist group that worked with the Nazi Party directly? We're specifically talking about furry drama right now, but you want the song file? Absolutely. I will say, when it comes to like the furry community, I am relatively new to like actually engaging with the furry community. I've only really openly been a furry or like properly engaged with the furry community for like 4 years, and only started engaging in like IRL furry spaces about a year ago. And for the majority of that time, like I'm in the VTuber space. I'm a busy critter. So there's definitely a lot of blind spots I have in regards to like furry drama and culture. But I did enjoy going to my first furry convention. It was nice. Do, 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 do. Okay. I like how I'm making no art progress. Also, ad hitting soon. Apologies, folks. Have you seen the documentary Down the Rabbit Hole did on furries and the origin of what I think it's called The Fandom? I don't think I have, actually. No. Like, I was an outsider looking into the furry fandom for a long time, but I only started identifying as a furry literally a couple years ago. So my context for, like, furry history is definitely limited. Wait, one sec. Let me catch messages. On the admitting of wrongs for this particular person, can't tell if this person's POV now. Would assume shame since they try to scrub as much as they can from the history, but it's sort of impossible to fully destroy it all. Could assume they want to scrub it all. Is shame since now they or everything they claim they hate, but can't really know without more forward publicly info directly talking. Yeah, I'm gonna be so real with that kind of thing. Like. Okay, I'm fully of the mind that people can change and deserve the ability and space and room to change, you know? A big proponent of the idea that, like, while we are not required to forgive people who have personally wronged us, I do believe people are capable of change if we given them the opportunities to do so. But, like, when it's loud and public to that extent, and you just kind of scrub it without even saying anything, or like, I don't know, man. At the very least, make like a loud public apology. Like, I feel like that's bare minimum, but I don't have the full scope of the situation, so even then. Um. I'm fully for people having the capacity to change. Uh, and I hope that people who hold bigoted beliefs take the time to analyze those beliefs and come to change. But, like... Huh... Just read about ICE leaving behind death cards after the enforcement actions. Fuck ICE. Oh my chat. Wait. Can I talk about something I saw today that pissed me the fuck off? I was out shopping today. Chat, I was out shopping today. I went to the store to buy groceries because I wasn't buying groceries. It's because I had my doctor appointment and I got out of my doctor appointment and I didn't feel like going home and cooking. I just wanted a nap. So I bought myself lunch. I splurged a little bit. I spent like $5 at the store to buy myself lunch. But while I was walking out of the store, I noticed that there was a parking space at the very front of the store right next to the entrance that was reserved for police. What? I had never... Is that like a normal common thing? Because I had never seen that before. They had a reserved parking spot for the cops. Hello, Max. Welcome on in. Like, that is so gross. Some bases have a lot of reserved things for law enforcement. Yeah. Since when? It was specifically for, quote, our law enforcement partners. It didn't say for emergency services or emergency vehicles. It said specifically for our law enforcement partners. That's the thing at Walmart's. I know that. What the fuck? I hate that. Hello, Max. Welcome on in. Welcome back from ads, everybody. Anyway, fuck cops. A cab. Um, that was so gross to me. I ended up parked right next to the cop fucking spot. If there weren't cameras, I was very tempted to like remove the sign. Ever been to Lowe's? They have multiple spots removed for American heroes. I always take one of them real as shit. Like, I understand having a spot for emergency vehicles, as in, like, ambulances and shit, but it was specifically one for law enforcement, and that's disgusting to me. That is so gross to me. Sir, this is a Walmart. I'm sorry, but anyone who is stealing their groceries from Walmart, just let them. You know? What does ACAB mean? ACAB means all cops are bastards. It is a shorthand way of saying that all cops are complicit in racist systems, and even if some may be well-intentioned, by being cops, they are actively perpetuating systems of harm that discriminate against marginalized populations, especially people of color. You know? It also means assigned cop at birth. you know. Also on the party of too distracted. No worries, no worries. Do what you gotta do. I recognize that my conversations are so base, and sometimes people have to pull themselves away from the screen. This is my travel log on globalization and the human experience by Trashbag Ponchos. It's all performative, not like they can ticket you for using a handicap spot. I mean, real as shit. They probably wouldn't be able to punish me for using the cop spot. I've been to Philly Walmarts and went to the bathroom. There are some crimes going on Walmart that aren't stealing. Okay, and... Okay, and? Like... If we're not talking about, like, sexual assault or murder, I kinda don't care. You know? Oh, someone's doing drugs in the Walmart restroom. I'd prefer they do it, like, you know, in a how do I say, like at a harm reduction location or something, but like at least they're not doing it on the oh, hate crimes, you know what, fair point. Fair point. That does happen. Fair point. I mean, I think they're able to tow your cars and reserve spot on private property. Okay, but fuck cops. Do you think I hate cops? The government pisses use vapes hides my vape. Max, do you still hate me if it's a weed vape and not a nicotine vape? Do you still hate me if it's a weed vape? I don't do nicotine. I don't hate you. Cool, beautiful. Fuck nicotine, Chad. Don't do nicotine. Think you should play Cruelty Squad. Very good game about capitalism and corporate militarization. Ooh. If you're in the Discord, definitely drop that in the Discord. I mostly play games from the 2000s and early 2010s, but I am open to occasionally stepping outside of that. Let me look up Cruelty Squad real quick, actually. Some things just really catch my eye. Tactical first-person shooter. It might be a hard sell on it being a first-person shooter. I will admit. Might be a hard sell for me. I'm not very big on first-person shooters. Immersive power fantasy simulator with tactical stealth elements. Beautiful. It's described as anti-capitalist, anti-corporate, and a satire of the gig economy. I do think, thematically, that sounds up my alley. I'm very sorry, I'm not a big fan of first-person shooters. They make me, like, how do I say, dizzy. Don't do nicotine, do weed. Yeah, what of it? Really the only one aside from TF2 that I like. That's fair. I'll look into it and see. Like, my issue is first-person shooters tend to make me, like, kind of nauseous, and overstimulated, so I tend to avoid them. I struggle in general with first-person games. But first person shooters, especially just because of how quickly they move and how quick you're expected to react and whatnot, and like all the flashing lights and colors that tend to be present, I tend to struggle with them. I'll look at it, and if it doesn't look like it's going to be an issue with like overstimulation for me, I'll definitely consider it. I am a little bit tentative with first person shooters. But that's good anyway, though. Appreciate it, of course. If you see shoplifting, no, you didn't. Indeed, chat. If you see someone shoplifting, no, you fucking didn't. If you report someone for shoplifting, especially if they are shoplifting like food, I hate you. If you see someone shoplifting, no, you fucking didn't. However, if you saw ICE activity, you should go report that on iceout.org. Just saying. Smuggest AE phase to ever greet me on stream. Hello, Mal. Lovely to see you. Flashback to my friend in high school playing that AJJ song for me. Jokes when you cat him too. Of those things, two of those things that apply to me. I'm doing the dog head to the side thing. Oh, straight way. Oh, yeah. Only one of those things applies to me too. Cruelty Squad uses the color palette that I literally can't perceive because it causes migraine. No, see, that is an unfortunate thing. Like, there's a lot of really good games that struggle to be accessible, and I think that's unfortunate. Okay, I've made, like, no progress on this fucking emote today, chat. I'm gonna be dead ass. I might, like, have to pivot to another project if I can't get anything done with this. Because as much as I want to work on this, as much as I need to work on this, I am not making progress tonight. Deeply closeted in high school, so fair, so valid. In my country, it's November, quite recent, officially in 2022. Chose because Columba, leader of the... I'm so sorry for definitely mispronouncing all of this. Palmara is a famous Quilombo, which were settlements where ex-slaves organized outside of colonial Brazil rule. Zombie birthdays in November when it's celebrated Day of Zombie, Black History Consciousness Month. Ah, valid as shit. Valid as shit. Kind of like that icon. I know it's unfinished, but it's funny. I'm really happy with how it's turning out, but like I'm having trouble with it right now, mostly the hair. But not real as shit. Thank you for sharing, genuinely. Okay. I need to kind of sketch out what I want for the rest of this because we got the face here. But I'm having a lot of trouble with the like wider shapes. Hair's always the worst for me. See, I'm good at art and all that. I know how to draw, but I'm just having a lot of trouble making this one work. On being born, get a job, you filthy capitalist whore. If you live or die, it's all a lie. Okay. The solution might just be making the hair shape smaller than I was trying. In Cool D Squad's case, the Gars look is part of the criticism that makes does make it tricky for some people to get into it for sure. Oh, absolutely. And like there are times where a game's inaccessibility or rather, where making a game accessible does pull away from its messaging. There are absolutely cases wherein something is lost from a game's messaging. I think it is still worth adding accessibility options for games, even when it may get in the way of a game's messaging or story. But yeah, no, like it is unfortunately the case that sometimes a game's messaging or point is to some extent based in aesthetics or choices or mechanical bits that may uh, make it harder for some people to engage with. Like I think Celeste as a game, a lot of its point is about overcoming hardship and overcoming odds and defeating tough challenges. So yeah, turning on assist mode does kind of defeat the point of the game and take away from its messaging, but also it's still there and it's okay, for it to be there for the people who need it. But yeah. It's definitely like hitting it's a very complicated situation when accessibility issues or when intentional features create accessibility issues. And I still believe in preventing accessibility when possible, but Celeste is great. Like the game makes it clear what it does in relation to its message 100%. Celeste is a wonderful game, and I had to turn on assist mode to beat it. And I'm very glad that like Celeste is one of the few fandoms that will not shame you for that. Like, I'm gonna be so real, I will never stream Ultra Kill, in large part because the Ultra Kill fandom is one of like the worst behaved fandoms I've ever seen on this website. They are such. I'm so sorry for the fans of the game in here. But like the Ultra Kill fandom is it's so full of tryhards. It's so full of tryhards, and I can't with that shit. I've had multiple friends give up streaming Ultra Kill because the fandom on Twitch is so mean. Like, they tried to stream the game, they wanted to enjoy it, but the fandom was so poorly behaved and aggressive that they just stopped. They gave up on it. I think the game is amazing. I think the fandom is very cringe in the bad way, yeah. Recently, Arrow Writes, who's a buddy of the channel, was streaming Ultra Kill and literally had, like, the stream title of, backseating will get you banned, and had to ban multiple people during the stream. Just by clearly stating that in the stream title. It's also the reason why, as much as I want to, I'm not sure if I will ever stream a Hollow Knight, because the Hollow Knight is not as bad. The Hollow Knight fandom is not as bad as the Ultra Kill fandom, but like I've also noticed there's a lot of folks in the Hollow Knight fandom which are very much tryhards and get mad at people for using accessibility tools. I think it's a more of a loud minority situation than it is with the Ultra Kill fandom, but like I don't fuck with it. There's a lot of games that I want to play, but like their fan base is making me scared. No more fear, no more dread. I am the truth. The lead dev literally enters people's chats and shames them for playing with controller. Okay, am I allowed to say that the Ultra Kill dev is a piece of shit? Wait, am I allowed to call the Ultra Kill dev ableist? Because that is straight up ableist. That is literally ableism. Am I allowed to say that the Ultra Kill dev is ableist? That's literally ableism. Why even add compatibility then? Literally, like, you don't have to do that. There are lots of Steam games which are not controller compatible. I'm gonna drink some water. If that was ironic, it would be funny, but it's pretty messed up. Yeah, that's, gross. I'm never playing Ultra Kill. That was my thought. He made a controller compatible. Yeah, like, what the fuck? That's literally just ableism. That is literally just ableism. I don't know. I'm of the mind that, like, game difficulty settings and whatnot are quite literally accessibility settings. And should exist for the majority of games. And it's okay for it to be a situation of, like, you know, oh, like you can have your easy mode and be like, hey, we heavily recommend you play this on the normal settings. This is specifically here as an accessibility tool. We discourage you from turning this on unless you genuinely need it. That's okay. That's totally cool. But, like, I think I'm of the opinion that difficulty settings are 100% accessibility tools. Shout out to the team behind Silent Hill F for finding out that a lot of people were struggling with the easy mode of their game and adding an easier mode. The only reason I was able to beat Silent Hill F with, like, one, my PC sucking, and two, being easily overstimulated and struggling with, like, reaction time was because they added the easier difficulty. Hi, Tiger Faye, I love Silent Hill. This whole album is such a cathartic experience. I'm so glad that I got to see AJJ live and crowd surfed one of their songs last year. It was beautiful. But no, I love Silent Hill. Silent Hill's amazing, and shout out to the team behind Silent Hill F for adding an easier difficulty for people like me. No shame to people who enjoy masochism or whatever the hell, but, like, Signalis is great, by the way. Silent Hill. I actually streamed Signalis last year. So every October, I pick a horror game or two, and play through it. I do play horror games other times of the year, but, like, you know, specifically in October, I add a lot more horror to the rotation and tend to focus on horror games for the month. Signalis was our pick last year, and it was incredible. Signalis definitely has made it, like, up there in my top games list. I want to go get some of the other like, endings at some point. We love lesbians, chat. I love ska punk, chat. Ska punk goes so hard. You remind me there's a game system visual novel I wanted to suggest, put in suggestions. Hell fucking yeah, thank you, appreciate it. Not a lesbian, of course, but they are cool. Lesbians are cool, chat. I'm not a lesbian either, but, like, lesbians are cool. Listen, I'm one of those trans guys who occasionally gets gender envy from butch lesbians. We appreciate lesbians. Speaking of horror, just started Limbus Company. Hell yeah, hope you're enjoying. How are you doing, Corvidity? Don't know if I've greeted you yet today. Nah, some butch lesbians genuinely give me gender euphoria. In a similar way that, like, femboys and pretty men do. There's just something about androgyny, you know? Lesbian friends sends me lesbian memes. Hell yeah. I have a lot of solidarity with lesbians. I've also, okay, this is something I never quite know how to feel about, but I have, for multiple lesbians, been the first or only guy they've been attracted to, and I don't know what to do with that. I have been the exception for multiple lesbians, and I never know what to do with that information. Shout out to trans femme butch lesbians. We support them. We love them. Sprained my ankle somehow, but hey means no work. Hey, winning. Skullpunk recommendations aside of Jer. Space Monkey Mafia. I've been getting really into Space Monkey Mafia recently. I'm not very familiar with Stacked Like Pancakes, but I like a few of their songs. That's the band who's currently playing. Stacked Like Pancakes is pretty good. Less Than Jake is really good, and of course there is the iconic My Favorite. Aside of JR, Streetlight Manifesto. I've seen Streetlight Manifesto live. They're absolutely incredible. You know what? Let me find a ska punk playlist. Can I find like a nice ska punk thing? I like how I look up ska punk and like Ska 2 Network is the first shit to come up. We love Ska 2 Network. Ska 2 Network is Jer's like cover project. Okay, this is a good looking one. This has several of the artists I already mentioned in it. This is my favorite Streetlight Manifesto song, actually. Been trying to experiment with a Let's Be in Shopkeeping roguelike game thingy, but been really busy. Valid. Very valid. It is hard to find time. There's so many games I want to play, but I never have the time, you know? Look till I was caught and I was told that I was guilty, but even then I wasn't really sure, yeah. This is such... this entire album is an absolute work of fucking art. But this is my favorite Streetlight Manifesto song. It is The Hand That Thieves. No one is surprised. And I don't care if I lose because my heroes do too. They shouted court should be adjourned because the jury are fools. How's the art going? It's going well, Carnivorous Cannabis. Lovely to see ya. Barbara bye bye. Want to amend my previous statement? I found the people, the Ultra Kill lead, Shane for playing a controller, and he's friends with the IRL. Okay, so it was being silly. Never mind. It was in jest. I'm glad that they're not, like, actually ableist, but I'm still not playing their game. Like, I'm glad they're not actually ableist, I'm still not playing the game. Controller is generally harder in that game, at least to me. Completely fair. I generally prefer controller when I'm playing games, because I did not grow up with access to video games. And so for me, having a little dedicated device that I use exclusively for playing games just makes it a lot easier for me to engage with the medium. Because I don't have to, like, cross-wire my brain with the way I use a keyboard for typing, you know? Because my heroes did too, they shouted court should be adjourned because the jury are fools. And the judge can't decipher the left from his right or his right from his wrong. Turn the other cheek, this is no threat, it is a promise we will keep. And there's nothing left to see, oh yeah. Some games work better than anyways. God of War, for instance. Oh, absolutely. There's some games where the design for controller is just better and more friendly. And I still just keep on sinning. I'm forcing chat to engage with my ska punk hyperfixation right now. I love ska. Chat, I fucking love ska. And I was tired of it. I'm so excited to see Jer live. I'm gonna be seeing Jer live in a couple months, and I'm so hyped. Like, I know Jared's a friend of a friend and whatnot, but regardless, I'm like so excited to fucking see them. They're so cool. We stand POC non-binary punk musicians. Shit's incredible. Hello, Book Tiefling. How are ya? Vampires get you, AE? The doctor stole my blood, and they wouldn't give it back. How it goes? I welcome on in. Hope you're having a wonderful evening. Need to do something real quick? No worries. Do what you gotta do. The doctor stole my blood, and they won't give it back. But hello, Book Tiefling and Bad. Lovely to see you both. Find for the most part that MKB is better for mouse and keyboard is better for first-person games and controller is better for everything else. I think it's very individual, you know? It might have been a doctor vampire, I'm not sure. My father accepts me for me. Congratulations! I'm so happy! I'm glad that your family is being accepting. That is absolutely beautiful and wonderful. We love to see it. We celebrate trans wins around here. No, that's so fucking lovely. I was so scared about that. I'm so glad to hear that it ended up okay. And hello, Celestial Muffin as well. How's this my cousin? That's amazing. Genuinely, I am so happy for folks who get to have accepting families, and I hope it treats you well. Thank you, Calliope, for the resub. How are you? We're doing some emote work tonight because I have so much on my plate. It's I don't do art streams to be productive. It's mostly to get myself in the headspace for art, and then I do more art afterwards. But you know, we're doing our best. And I'm forcing chat to listen to Skullpunk. I love ska. Trimmed my hair a bit recently, been playing with different styles. Nice. I need to give myself another haircut soon, actually. Really good people have accepting families. Yeah, 100%. Like, fully celebrate it. I don't know. Like, how do I say this? I've never liked... It's not uncommon when people, like, talk about having good experiences as a trans person for other trans people to come in and their immediate response being like, damn, I wish I had that. I'm so jealous. And I definitely get where that attitude comes from, but I want to encourage more positivity in the trans community at large. Like, I think we deserve to celebrate each other's wins more often, and it's a little bit sad that, like, people sometimes can't put aside, and I understand where that jealousy comes from and whatnot, but it's so sad to me sometimes that people can't put aside that to celebrate the wins of fellow trans people, you know? Ultimately, we all deserve happy, accepting environments where we're allowed to be ourselves. There ought to be more to being trans and suffering. Absolutely. We should celebrate trans joy, and we should recognize the messy ins and outs. Like, it's always rubbed me the wrong way how much of the trans experience, especially the way the trans experience was presented in, like, the 2010s, was based around being constantly miserable and hating yourself, you know? I think one of the worst things the trans community ever did was conceptualize and limit their existence to, like, misery and self-hatred for literal decades. Hello, Harvey the Mailman. Welcome on in. There is so much more to trans life than misery, and we should be willing and able to recognize and celebrate that. And so when I see people share trans wins, I hope that, like, it's so beautiful to me, and I hope that we can move towards a world where we're, like, you know, more positive and celebrate each other better. That 2010s era suffering culture made me repress. Real. It did for a lot of people. For me, it worsened my existing mental health issues. I can tell you what a trans person did that was horrible, huh? Oh. That is quite a line to enter on. feel the same way. I moderate a Discord that's mostly trans, and so often people will make someone else's positive experience about them and bring down the whole chat. Like, yeah, I don't call it out when it happens here. I tend to just like, you know, how do I say this? Like, there are times it happens in chat, and I tend to just kind of like encourage a note of positivity and move on because I don't want to focus on it. But there are times it absolutely happens in chat. And I hope, you know, as a community and as a world, we can move towards more accepting spaces. And towards more positive spaces where we celebrate more queer joy. Like part of the intention of I Don't Regret Girlhood was to talk about trans grief and then talk about healing. A lot of it was a very cathartic experience of recognizing, you know, this is weird shit related to the trans experience that fucked me up. And here is me healing. This is what healing has looked like. Because I think talking about that experience without bringing the positive and bringing the healing into it would have been disingenuous and would have been poorer for the trans community at large. You know? You think trans people do bad things? When did you hear about cis people? No, this is not to say, of course, that trans people are fucking perfect. There's plenty of gross trans people who do gross things, but, you know. We love the trans community. That is a universal cis-normative narrative. We need to go beyond that. Not reject the suffering, but include more than suffering. Absolutely. There's obviously pain involved in the trans experience, but we're so much more than that, you know? Think about a group of people, there are people, and sometimes they do bad things. Absolutely. I like being a loud trans voice on the internet. Do 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 do. Okay, I think I need to do the other ear now. This is All Fired Up by Stacked Like Pancakes. Good band. My cousin called me girly pop recently. My heart melted. That is adorable, genuinely. I will say this is such a minor complaint that doesn't actually matter in the grand scheme of things. It's not actually all that serious in my eyes. I will say one thing about that has been pissing me off in the modern queer community. Can we not throw around like girl and girly pop gender neutrally? Like we were having whole arguments a few years ago about like people throwing around the term guy gender neutrally. Can we not do the opposite? But you know. Hello, Corvo Apollo. How are you? Bark bark bye bye. Hello, Jordan. I'm so woke that literally the word girl is neutral to me. That's not in regards to anyone in the community, by the way. Just a general complaint I have about the LGBT community, you know? I'm thriving regardless. Hell fucking yeah, my guy. I'm so proud of you for, like, continuing to exist and fight and create. I just want to say, Corvo. Like, I know you've gone through some fucking shit. I'm so proud of you for continuing to be here and make shit. I'm so proud of the fact that you are still fucking streaming. That yeah, real. When I started transitioning, I started hearing Go Piss Girl thrown around multiple times a day. I will say Go Piss Girl is a really funny meme. I will say it's fucking hilarious. Like, I love the Go Piss Girl meme, just don't call me, don't refer to me as the girl, you know? Really hate when people try to defend themselves like, oh yeah, that's neutral to me, so I don't actually do anything wrong, then just say sorry and don't do it again. Yeah, literally. That can be a bit different as is used to refer to groups in my dialect, but I use y'all online. Yeah, like I don't know. I remember a couple years ago there being a lot of online drama about like people using the term guy gender neutrally towards trans femfolk, and like I pulled it out of my vocabulary for that reason. Um, let's not do the opposite with like throwing around like girl or like girly pop in the queer community, please. Gonna get ready for bed? No worries. Enjoy your eep. Go piss punk? I will accept go piss punk. Also been saying dog more. I should work dog into my vocabulary. I think dog is a very fun one. Um I use critter a lot. Very kind of you to say. Makes my night when people see me. Of course, I don't use Twitter that often these days, but whenever I open up Twitter and I see you post, I'm like, I'm glad you're still out here doing stuff. Genuinely. Uh Brain. Where was my brain? I feel like dog is something I should absolutely work into my vocabulary. I use like critter, gamer, things like that a lot when I need a gender neutral word. I'm also a very big y'all person because I am a southern boy. I know I don't sound it. I lost my southern accent when I voice trained. My southern accent apparently I have been told comes out more if you have me in a private conversation off stream actually. Because I do project my voice more and like speak in a clearer like dialect uh, when I'm on stream. But apparently, I have been told my southern accent comes out in private conversation. But I am a southern boy. I y'all constantly. I love yawling. Samantha at Walmart brought up transgender juice as being good comparison to misleading juice boxes unsolicited. But after we walked away, I looked at my father and said, I'd love some transgender juice. It would make me cuter. Aww. That's cute. Huh? I would drink the gender fluid. I would also drink the gender fluid. But no, I feel like dog would be fun. Another thing I've been wanting to work into my vocabulary actually is the phrase rock on. I feel like rock on, at the very least in the context of stream, is a phrase I want to use more. When I'm tired, I sound country because Midwest family real. I'm a southern boy. Chat, don't drink the tea dripping off the injection. I know you want to for your health. Please don't. As a southern child, I can't confirm your accent will slip sometimes. Yeah, absolutely. I didn't intentionally lose the accent. I'm kind of mad I lost it, but you know what? I like the clarity of my voice. I've been told that I have a very clear, easy to understand voice. So aside of like occasional slurred speech, I'm pretty easy to understand. And that's something I value a lot as a content creator. Uh, I'm glad I have a clear voice. It's a very good skill to have as someone who like does content on YouTube and Twitch. Being articulate and speaking clearly and having decent, separation between my words, good skills that I've intentionally fostered. trying to figure out how to make myself like this, because I'm not liking what this ear's doing. What's the temperature that gender goes from fluid to gas? Hot. Voice for radio, face for TV, and politics for neither. I know, that's so real. That's so real. Voice for radio, face for TV, politics for fucking neither. That is so me, actually. Too much of a brand risk. You know what? Let me... How do I say? I'm never gonna go corpo, but if I ever did, I would like get fired within a day because I'm too much of a fucking brand risk. I could never go corpo. I would get absolutely wrecked. Like, I have no interest in going corpo. I recognize that is not my sphere. I value my control over my art, and I'm really happy with the things that I'm able to create here. Even if sometimes I wish I had, like, more management and whatnot, to help me with, like, some of the fucking, like, emails and crap that I get. I could never go corpo, but if I ever did, I would get fired immediately. I would not stand a chance. Once a 7-year-old child came up to me and said, "You are a boy and a girl at the same time." You know what? Real. They saw into your soul. Thank you for the stretch, Undercats. I appreciate it. Thank you, Sunsweets, for the resub. How are you? Bark, bark, bite, bite. Oh, I don't think I've talked about this yet. Chat. I don't want to make too big a deal out of this, but it's something that I'm really proud of. I keep very detailed track of my financials, for a lot of reasons, partially because I used to be homeless and whatnot, but, I recently started going a bit more transparent about like my financial situation because I want to go full-time as a content creator. And if I'm going to be a full-time content creator, I want you guys to know what money I'm making and where that money is going, you know? You take care, JM, Barber by Might. So I was recently running the math on like what I made in January. The answer being just shy of $950. That is more than I spent in January. Now, my living costs in January were lower than average for me. But I made more money being a content creator in January than I spent. Of course, I still have to account for things like taxes and whatnot, but it is actually wild to me that I am getting close to a point where I might be able to live off of this. Like, it is the first time I've had a non-event month where my income from content has been higher than my cost of living. And that's really fucking cool. And it gives me hope that one of these days this will be my full-time job. I'm gonna keep fighting until it is. It's just 1 month, it's too soon to start celebrating or claiming anything, but it gives me hope. Hella good place to be in. Haven't had a month like that in years. I mean, bear in mind, I'm the only one who pays for my living costs, so. Welcome back, host. Hello, Rivy. Hungry host. Very hungry host. Hope you do as well as you can, but still good milestone. We'll get there. One day this is going to be my full-time job. This will be my full-time job someday. I'm very intent on making that happen. Like, growth on social media for me has been really slow lately. The slowest it's been in a long time, but I'm really proud of everything I've accomplished, and I'm fighting like hell to eventually make this my whole deal. I have hope that I can do it, even if it might be hard. I want to make it work. I really, really do. Like, it's not going to be utopian all the time, but if I can make this my full-time job one of these days, then I'll be happy. Does help it's hard having one job between two people, but I'm finally getting to a point that I might make it soon. Hell fucking yeah. I'm proud of you. Small steps in the right direction, chat. Like, genuinely, the fact that I have savings right now is entirely thanks to y'all. And I appreciate the hell out of that. So thank you. Meat. Like, the reason I feel like I can handle having, how do I say? The fact that like I feel comfortable spending the money on like getting medical appointments and shit is because I now have, you know, buffer that I didn't have beforehand, and I value the hell out of that. Gotta be able to help even if it's just my presence here. Hey, it means something. Wow, why does Icon have two eyes? So I lost my eye in an incident, back when I got exiled from, you know, the little enclave of Enfield where I built my life, where I was born and raised to be something. That's when I lost my eye. I guess Icon just didn't go through something like that. It's weird to have savings after always being in the negative. Yeah, like, I've always been, like, barely taking care, or for the last year, I've, like, barely been taking care of myself, because I'm like, I don't have the money to take care of myself. And for the first time in my life, I have the money to take care of myself, and it's weird. I'm not used to that. They stole his eye, can't have, shit in Fate Detroit. Can't have shit. Can't have shit in the city, chat. Like, I actually feed myself now. Are you proud of me, chat? I didn't used to feed myself. I low-key used to, like, barely fucking eat. So I don't know, it's a pretty big win for me. To be in a position, in a situation where I feel comfortable doing those things. Where I feel comfortable engaging with more than just my base needs. And then, when you got money, they took your blood. They took my blood, chat. They stole my fucking blood. Sharpen, sharpen. Oh, that did not do what I wanted. Damn. Now AE has money he can spend on the essential stuff in life. Hookers. Anyway. Can do some crazy miracles in emergency though, so if you need an emergency save, let me know. Appreciate it. Thank you, Gracie. Fox will soon discover the simple pleasure of getting himself a little snack every now and then. I did that today after my doctor appointment. I got myself a snack. In fact, during the upcoming ad break, I might go and grab the rest of that snack. All I know is this weird person asked for my attention when I was a kid. Could never focus since then. Yeah, sorry, that was my fault. No, I'm not a high fae. It's not my business. See, the folk who have, like, powerful fae magic like that, at least in my world, tend to be high fae. I'm not one of those. There is a distinction to be made, at least in the world where I reside, between the more powerful fae, the ones you tend to depict in a lot of your media, and a creature such as myself. What snack was it? It was a Southwest chicken wrap. It was tasty. Okay, one second. This singer sounds familiar. Who the fuck was this? Who is this? Star fucking hipsters. Who the fuck is star fucking hipsters? They sound really familiar. Who the fuck is... I swear, they sound so familiar. Stas Band also, this is a cover? But the musician sounds familiar to me. The singer sounds familiar to me. Oh, okay. Okay. Never mind. Yeah, that would explain it. Never mind. I understand. I understand. Got it. Got it. Understood. I had a dumbass moment. Oh, Sunsweets, you're allowed to curse here. You're allowed to curse here. I love swearing. I swear all the time. I say fucking shit. Oh, what's your new book? Sorry, I wasn't seeing your messages. I love swearing. What book did you get? Barper Bite Bite. Sorry, chat's been moving really quick recently, so I haven't been able to catch every message sometimes. It's nothing personal, I promise. I hope you all know that when I don't read your messages, it's genuinely nothing personal. I just have the attention span of a fucking rat. Do rats have good attention spans? I don't know. But yeah, like, it's nothing personal. I just, I miss messages sometimes these days. And they will go toe to toe like David and Goliath. They will be Goliath. And you will throw the stone. Nothing personnel, kid. Depends on the rat, fair point. You're also drawing takes focus? Yeah, I just have trouble paying attention to chat sometimes. It's Everyone on This Train is a Suspect by Benjamin Stevenson. Ooh, is it a mystery book? I used to enjoy a lot of like mystery detective novel type stuff when I was younger, actually. Chat, I miss reading. Chat, I fucking miss reading. I know I could literally just decide to read, but I miss reading. Toe to toe. It's entirely a personal issue. But you will throw the stone. I don't know, man, with all of the answers. An ad break is about to hit, chat. I do apologize. Just now noticing that it's gonna hit like any second now. I am going to go stand up and grab the rest of my snack, but I will return shortly. I promise. You will not be missing anything. See y'all soon. Bark, bark, bite, bite. I have the rest of my snack. Snack time. Apologies, my body's being a little bit mad at me today. That just happens sometimes, but I have the rest of my snack. Putting games and suggestions, then getting ready for bed? Hell yeah. Feel free. Y'all, I haven't shown this off in a while, actually, so this is gonna be some of y'all's first time seeing this. I would like to introduce you- Oh, this is literally my favorite Jer song. Holy shit. But I would like to introduce those who are newer to the community to the stream game list. This is a list that contains every game that I have streamed. Every game that I'm currently streaming, every game that I have completed on stream, every game that I've started but not finished for whatever reason, and every game that I want to stream or that has been suggested. Because I'm not normal. I'm not normal. Is Iron Line the suggestions yet? I don't think it is, actually. I don't think so. Hehe. Donut. Apologies, I'm shoving a donut down my throat right now. Oh. Oh my god, Pokemon Legends Z to A reference? Donut? Speaking of bodies, migraine starting after dip. No worries, you take care of yourself, like, and do what you gotta do. Self-care. I'm so glad I am not a frequent migraine getter. I feel so bad for the frequent migraine getters in my life. They really are God's most owie 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 ouchie soldiers. You know? The migraine havers in my life really are God's most ow ow ouchie soldiers. Aww. I'm drinking my electrolytes. They taste so gross. Ask my wife to old yell at me for a migraine once. Understandable. No, listen, only a thing a true migraine haver would consider. Only something that a true migraine, like, I don't know if y'all have seen that one post. The unusual, but something only a true migraine haver would try, because migraines suck ass. Hello, Amarilyn. Migraines genuinely suck ass. I'm glad I don't get them very often. I am an infrequent migraine haver, but god do migraines suck ass. Very good text post, though. Locked in. I don't like how that looks. Fuck me. Well, we're already here, chat. I don't. I'm not getting this to fucking do what I want no matter what I try, and I'm so mad about it actually. What the fuck? Where's my other ear? What did I do differently with this one? Why does this ear not want to comply with my orders? Really is body horror. Find the description to be the best way of getting across this is what the experience is like. Oh, one sec. Once watched an essay about gender dysphoria as body horror. I think I've seen that same video essay, yeah. I think it's a really interesting exploration of the, like, okay, I'm a big fan of body horror as, like, you know, a means of exploring social inequity and various other themes. I think that, like, you know, I adore body horror as a, you know, symbolism uh and way of exploring a lot of like very uncomfortable subject matter, and I think it can absolutely be you know, applied to trans stuff. I do worry about it leaning back into, like, you know, we were talking earlier about trans misery versus trans joy and the need to focus more on trans joy rather than misery. I worry about it kind of furthering the perception a lot of cishet folk have of like transness being this purely miserable experience, but not. Body horror absolutely has a place in the way that we as trans people talk about our experiences. 100%. The best body horror is a metaphor? Absolutely. Like, I love body horror in general, I'll be perfectly honest. Uh, I'm an enjoyer of the horrific and the gory and the terrifying. I love me some good horror. But, you know. I love ska punk. Okay. There was something else I saw the other day that I wanted to talk about. I'm trying to remember what the hell it was. Like, there's something that was on my mind that I wanted to talk about, and it's not coming to mind right now. I need to start actually adding a bunch of the ska punk bands I've been listening to the like list of artists I pay attention for shows of. Ignore my whole aesthetic of body horror and cosmic sin. So normal about Iron Lung. No, I love Iron Lung is a very good game. I was actually watching a video essay about it earlier today. I think the subject has been trending a lot recently due to the release of the movie. So a lot of old like Iron Lung video essays have started circulating again. It's an absolutely incredible game. I haven't ever actually played it myself, though the one issue with me playing is the fact that I've had it very thoroughly spoiled by a set of video essays, you know? So I don't know if it would be enjoyable to watch me play it on account of like the fact that I already know everything about it, but uh is good. Very good game. Like, I adore the horror of the implicit horror in the fact that like you are playing as a prisoner who has been, you know, basically had their life kind of thrown away. The horror of a false promise of, you know, freedom if you just do this thing, if you just complete this task, is so horrifyingly dystopian and simultaneously real as shit. It's necroviolence, or yeah, it's necroviolence. It's necropolitics in action. It's the systemic devaluing of certain lives as being inherently expendable, and throwing those lives away. Uh, it's that funky little word that I keep throwing around. Okay, okay. Why is this not looking good? Chat, why does it look bad? Thank you for making me normal, Lynn. I've been scuffed for so long. Gotta get my sleep schedule fixed. No worries. Take care, Jibbery. All the best. I think the movie did such a good job of painting the horror of the world after the Silent Rapture. Maybe, cause okay, for the next watch party, we were gonna watch the rest of the How to Train Your Dragon movies, but now I'm tempted to watch party in the Discord Iron Lung. Like, you have me tempted. Think of the curse of Scuff, and he is so normal again. Y'all ever just... Hello, Lestat, welcome on in. How goes it? Hello with bite tearing off arm. I tear off your arm first before you can tear mine off. Ha ha ha, get fucked. Speaking of sleep schedules, if you ever need me to call to wake you up sometime, I can try if I'm able. I don't want to just force that on y'all like outside of streams, but noted, I do appreciate it. I have so much trouble waking up recently. Side note, I love being the rare group of people who have heard Zelda player's voice. It's very funny. Poor Man's Poison is great. I've heard some stuff in the background about Poor Man's Poison. This is not Poor Man's Poison. This is a band called Something to Do. I've Poor Man's Poison. I heard some bad stuff about recently, but I haven't like verified it. You talk a lot about necropolitics. It's almost like you're doing a video essay about it. Yeah, it's almost like it's been like in my head constantly recently because I keep researching and writing about it. You know. Wonder what that's about. It's almost like I've read so many necropolitics fucking papers in the last like month. I need to just fucking finish that video essay. I don't know why it's taking so long. But yeah, one would almost think that I'm like doing some kind of essay. Maybe a video essay. Gasp. No, Zelda's voice is perfectly fine. Big defender of Zelda voice. I told you so. Okay, that kind of works. Oh, told you so. I'm gonna be so real, Zelda. Your voice was a lot deeper than I expected it to be. Like in my head, your voice was a lot like softer and higher. I'm not really sure who like what kind of like I don't really have like a reference on hand for how I anticipated your voice, but it's higher and softer than I anticipated. I just find that funny. You know what? I'm gonna cheat a little bit, alright? Chat, we're gonna do a little bit of cheating. There we go, that's better. I like it. Alright, beautiful. I love abusing the tools that are available to me as an artist to make my life easier. I'm such a terrible artist. Maybe you could do something with that research. Essay? Video? I'm working on it. I'm fucking working on it. I promise. This shit just takes a long time. Video essays are not easy to write, chat. Shit's not fucking easy to write. I'm trying, it's fucking going so, like, I know what I want the video essay to be about, and I'm working on it and I'm writing, but I keep getting caught on specific, like, paragraphs and sections. And the big trouble I always have with any video essay I work on is just getting my ideas in order in a way that I'm satisfied with, you know? I'll have all my ideas, I'll have them all written down, and in my notes in a disorganized fashion, and then I sit down and try to actually, like, put them in a logical order that makes sense for a video. And that's where I get stuck every single time. And I even made an outline for this one, and now I'm doubting and deviating from the outline, kind of doing it on the fly. But nah, I promise I'm gonna get this one out. I'm gonna make it. Essays are hard enough already, yeah, they are. Video essays are not easy. It's a hard medium, but it's a medium that I really appreciate. I've wanted to make video essays for fucking half a decade, so we're making it happen. I mean, I guess I did make my first video essay already, so, you know, I am a video essayist. Okay. It almost works. I just have that little bit clipping there and I don't know what to do about it. I could move the interior bangs in a little bit. It's kind of more accurate anyway. Okay. The hard part's gonna be having to animate this in the end, too. I'm gonna have to animate this shit. Alright, there we go. Good enough. Hi, U.S. Department of Gay Affairs. Turns out I flew. Oh no! Hang in there! Bark, bark, bite, bite. I get that. I wrote one about the way fatherhood is depicted in American literature. Took a while to get things into logical structure. I kept on finding new stuff that to write about. Literally, like, part of the issue I keep having with my video essays is I keep finding more information that I need to somehow work into the structure of it. And it very, very quickly spirals out of control scope-wise. And I do not know how to prevent it from doing that. But no, I hope you feel better soon, U.S. Department of Gay Affairs. All the best. Self-care, okay? This is a good song. Alright, I just need to do the hair back, and then we can... Actually, I also need to do the arm. And maybe a little tail thing. But then we can, like, use the last details and bring it into my editing software. Bring it into Live 2D. We'll get there. Started with the intent to write 150 words, wrote 5,000. Yeah, my first video essay was nearly an hour long at about 5,000 words. So that's pretty standard video essay length in my experience. Remember, kids, take your meds sick, but take them responsibly. When you are sick, if you are prescribed antibiotics or anything of the sort, take the full fucking course. If you are prescribed don't go looking for antibiotics if you don't need them. But if you are prescribed antibiotics, take the full fucking course. Not taking the full fucking course contributes to the development of antibiotic-resistant bacterias, which are a lot more dangerous to the general population and especially to immunocompromised folk. 'Cause folk. 'Cause 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 ' Take your medication as prescribed. I know I couldn't have it in workings that are way further than I ever could. I had 3 years trying to write a text to explain some basic music theory stuff and can't get put myself to finish. It's hard, genuinely. Like I've been stuck for about 7 months on. Sorry, I was stuck for about 5 months on one script before jumping ship and decided to just do something different. And I've been on this script for about 2 months, and I am making progress, but it's been slow. Like at the very least, this one, like progress is being made, which was not true out of my last draft, but like it's rough. I love it. Don't get me wrong. I think video essays are a beautiful art form, and I enjoy making them. But oh my god, it is a hard form to work in, especially when you're used to academic writing, like I am. Okay, that kind of works. It's amazing how many actually get finished real. Like I don't. I mean, part of the answer, admittedly, is like a lot of these people aren't also streamers who stream 20 hours a week, or if they do stream, they stream much less than I do and whatnot. But uh, like the fact of the matter is that a lot of the video essays and people that I compare myself to, video essays are the main thing that they do. They don't have their attention split between nearly as many forms of content creation. But it doesn't mean it doesn't suck. It doesn't mean I don't sometimes get in the hole of like comparing myself to other content creators and going like, damn, what am I missing? Okay. There we go. Sometimes I feel bad for binge watching video essays because like these are passion projects being gluttonously consumed by me. Nah, do it. I promise you, the content creators you enjoy are not insulted by it. I am so happy when like you know I'm so happy that like people enjoy the work I consume and seeing that view number goes up, especially seeing comments. Like shout out and massive thank you to everyone who has left a comment on my video. Even if it was just a thank you for making this, like every single comment I receive on my projects is more reason why I desire to continue doing them. But like, no, I promise you, the content creators you enjoy are not mad at you for ravenously consuming their work, uh, and would probably be glad to know that you are. And if you want to pay them back, give them that little bit of engagement in the form of a comment or something, you know? Like, the best way you can pay back those creators is making sure you watch the video all the way through, and if you have the capacity, leave some kind of comment. Your stuff is honestly great already. Related to the first one, even though I'm not trans mask. Hey, I'm glad it resonates with folks. Like, it's been really cool actually seeing folks who are not trans mask react to it. I've had a handful of trans femme people give their thoughts, a handful of cis woman really resonate with it as well. Like, it's been an honor. You do not have to be transmasked to resonate with my video. The intention of the video was to like bring attention to and start up conversation about the messier elements of the trans experience and of what gender is, you know. I I don't think anything I said in there is necessarily unique to the trans mess experience, and it is definitely not universal either. My intention was just to bring light to this thing that I think isn't really being talked about. This element of the trans experience that people are kind of scared to talk about, because it goes against a lot of the notions of what is culturally acceptable at least in the eyes of cishet people. And I say fuck that. I say let's talk about the things that they don't want us to talk about. Let's not let our fear of what cishet people will think stop us from having these more complicated, nuanced conversations. We are not invalid for having complicated relationships with gender. After all, gender is a very complicated social construct. Far more complicated than I could ever deconstruct in a singular video. Okay, where's the face? Oh, chat, I'm so pretty. Just hunger for theme parks and failure companies. I have a video essay I want to eventually make, actually, about theme park culture. Hello, Royal Rosio. About theme park culture. Specifically about the notion of protecting the magic. And I'm not entirely sure, like, what I want the grand thesis to be, but it's in large part going to be a video about what killed theme park magic for me. Which is, you know, having a lot of friends in the industry and having some amount of experience in the industry. Aww. Aww. Might try doing one? Hell yeah. And if you do, pop in the Discord. I've heard so many songs tonight that I haven't heard in forever, and I'm used to usually being mostly new stuff. It's been wild. Hee 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 hee. I'm a med prescribed. A med I prescribed for being autistic, which by the way is a schizophrenia med, was only a couple years ago listed as an opioid. Today, all mentions of it being an opioid are gone. What's the medication, if you don't mind me asking? No obligation to share, but as someone who has a background in neuroscience, I'm very curious. I think the way that gender is socially pushed onto people's experience, a lot of people have. Yeah, like I was not surprised to see a lot of like cis women relate heavily to I don't regret girlhood. It doesn't surprise me. But I'm glad they did. It means a lot to me that a number of cis women took the time to watch the video and enjoyed what I had to say and found my descriptions of growing up amid gender to be relatable. I'm glad for it. I'm glad that I managed to capture the trauma of girlhood in a way that was very relatable. Hello, ChaosCon. Welcome on in. Bark, bark, bye, bye. Welcome to the archive. Hello, no eyes for you. No worries about not being able to stick around. It's lovely to see you. Ooh, your emotes are cute. Now, welcome on in. We're currently working on new emotes that I'm hoping to drop for my 4-year anniversary coming up soon. Also, don't know if you need suggestions between the solid camera. I can send you a good older cheapish one that I like. Noted. I'm okay with the camera I currently have, but I do appreciate it. Oh, your wave emote is very cute. Nah, how are you doing tonight? What brings you to the archive? Pleasure to make your acquaintance. Alright, I don't need this sketch layer anymore. So it can go away. I'm pretty content with how the hair and ears are like that. I'm so excited to animate this. I'm so excited to animate this. It's gonna be so fucking good in motion. So I just need to do the arm and maybe add my tail in there. Nothing much, just observing and appreciating fine art. Hell fucking yeah, we'd love to see it. Aripiprazole, 1 second. Sorry, I'm very curious about this medication because I have a background in neuroscience and I've looked at this stuff a lot before. Atypical antipsychotic medication. Okay, what's the mechanism of action? Apologies, I'm a freak. Okay. So it's a D2 partial agonist. Interesting. No, it's a D2. Wait, what are the Oh, it's Abilify. Got it. It's Abilify. Understood. I don't think it's an opioid. One sec. Huh. Oh, okay. So this medication is not an opioid, but it actually is used to treat opioid addiction. So it is not an opioid itself. It is sometimes used to treat opioid addiction. Fellow brain lover, I study psychology. Hell fucking yeah. I have a background in cellular neuroscience. I used to study neurogenetics. Academia is not really, in the cards for me anymore, but it's something I was very passionate about for a long time. Love your voice. It's lovely. Thank you. I put a lot of effort into it. Pleasure to make your acquaintance. Welcome on in. Also, thank you for the hydrate, Warlock. Welcome back. The brand I have is Arbit. Was listed as an opioid just a couple years back. See, that's weird because its mechanism of action, it's not an opioid. It's actually a D2 agonist. D2, so that means it modulates dopamine activity. It generally reduces dopamine activity. That's the simplest explanation of what an agonist is. Agonists are a little bit more complicated than that, but it modulates dopamine activity. It's actually used to treat opioid addiction. Oh god, I'm so sorry you got TD, Pyro. I'm very lucky that I never got TD from any of the antipsychotics I was on, but I did get drug-induced Parkinsonism. Either way, didn't take it because it was practically high after taking it and never understood anything that was being said to me. Yeah, antipsychotics will do that to you if you have too high of a dose or if it's the wrong formulation for you. I had drug-induced Parkinsonism on the first antipsychotic they put me on. I was like fainting. I was having trouble staying awake. My memory and like sense of reality were pretty badly impaired because they're basically tranquilizers. I don't know how to pronounce it, Mal. TD, though, is a potentially fatal side effect of many antipsychotic medications, characterized by uncontrollable muscle movements and things of that nature. Yeah, that's how it's spelled. I don't know how to pronounce it. But it's a very bad side effect of a lot of medications. Because here's the thing, most antipsychotics are dopamine antagonists, and dopamine in the frontal lobe actually controls a lot of shit, including your ability to move your muscles. So like if your dopamine is out of sync or out of whack, you actually like fucking can't move your muscles properly. In any case, the grind continues. I don't know how I'm gonna make this work, but I will. So sleepy but I have zoology work to do. Oh, poor thing. I just have ADHD and the brain acts up often. I have a very long list of mental illnesses. Getting ready for bed now. No worries. Good luck. Enjoy your rest. Get some good sleep. All right. I have a very long list of neurological issues. I have schizoaffective disorder. I have ADHD, autism, borderline personality disorder, histrionic personality disorder, generalized anxiety, social anxiety, complex PTSD. Hee hee. I think that's all of them. I think I hit them all. But hey, I managed to function pretty well in spite of it all. I'm a surprisingly well-functioning person. The person part is debatable. I'm a little bit of a creature. AE built like someone's Mentos. I hate how real that is. This is just my life. Like, this is just my, like, actual real fucking life. I'm just extremely ill. Still baffled that I got prescribed that just for being autistic. Paper on the box. Say that those meant for treating schizophrenia and manic episodes, nothing else. Yeah, so unfortunately, a lot of the time when they try to treat autistic people, there's no medication for autism, but sometimes they will try to treat autistic people with antipsychotics in the past, and it doesn't work well. Don't do that. Because antipsychotics will basically give you depression. I'm actually a big, opponent of the dopamine hypothesis, which is the primary hypothesis for like what causes schizophrenia. I've read the research, I've done digging. I'm not a proponent of the dopamine hypothesis. I'm actually a proponent of the what's it called? Of the glutamate hypothesis. I believe it's more likely that all of the issues that we see in schizophrenia are actually being modulated by glutamate rather than dopamine. But the theory goes that too much dopamine activity in specific brain parts and too little in others is what causes the symptoms of schizophrenia. Again, my belief that is not actually the case. While those incorrect levels of dopamine in different parts of the brain, incorrect activity, are what underlies the visible symptoms of schizophrenia to a certain extent, it is actually being further modulated by a much more base process, that being the glutamate pathway. And we're kind of just making a lot of people's condition worse by continuing to treat them with the classical antipsychotics. Hello, James. Bye. Okay, so it's gonna be palm out, which means thumb is towards the inside. Right, okay, cool. It's been established that he worked in a neurobiology lab, but fun fact, did you know the position he worked on was animal test subjects? Fuck you. I should probably sketch out this hand in more detail before I get too into it, actually. That'd be smart. At one point, I got actually diagnosed with schizophrenia. I have 2 schizophrenia meds prescribed now. Don't take either, as I'm not even schizophrenic. The Polish healthcare system is just laughably bad. I mean, why did you get diagnosed with schizophrenia? Speaking as someone who is schizoaffective, like, why did you get diagnosed with it? I don't know. It's nothing to be ashamed of, and medications can really help a lot of people, you know? I know I'm not functional without my meds, so. Jer moment. Chat, I'm Jer posting. Could you please explain what you mean they stole my blood? The doctor stole my blood! The doctor stole my blood! They took it! They won't give it back. I had a doctor's appointment today for the first time in like 2 years, and they took like 5 vials of my fucking blood. They took it, and they won't give it back. I'm being silly, basically. But no, I love being mentally ill. A is blood in this now, yeah. Do you want it back? I want my blood back. Put it back in my body. Nah. I love being the specific variety of mentally ill that I am. I have a lot of fun with it. Like I am able to live a very happy, fulfilling life, and I'm very proud of the life that I'm able to live. Um, I'm content with where I'm at with life, genuinely. I'm glad that I'm able to like even despite the conditions I have live happily, you know. Do you want any of our blood? No, I want my own blood. Not sure if it's still good to be stuck back in. I'm being silly, obviously, but you know. They took my blood. You'll have to come get it. I'm trying to decide if I'm content with this. Because the other finger should actually be longer than that one. Shit. They're getting into a point off. Listen, drawing salute hard. It hard. I'm not giving myself yaoi hands. It's not that bad, is it? I don't know. I'm having trouble with the salute here because I'm kind of opting for a salute rather than a traditional wave emote here because I think it's cuter. I think it's also just more in line with the kind of person I am. But it's not doing what I want. AE opinions on Cruelty Squad? What about it, Mal? Uh, it was suggested as a potential game suggestion, and I think thematically it might vibe with me, but I think the style of game, like I'm not into first person shooters. I have a lot of trouble with them. I tend to get overstimulated. That's about all the thoughts that I have because I don't have any further info on the game. If I'm missing important context, I apologize. I'm very frequently missing important context. I don't know much about what goes on the internet. Where's the thing? Also, visual processing issues really here with it. Got it. Hello, little bit. Lovely to see ya. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Mods, can we get a shout out if anyone's still around? Hello, hello, folks. I'm Archivist. I'm your resident chaotic Enfield. I stream not quite virtual games and do art here on Twitch.tv. We're currently doing some of the latter, working on some new emotes that I'm going to be releasing alongside my 4-year anniversary coming up soon. How goes it? Welcome in Pop Rockets as well. Lovely to see ya. Everyone goes and loved a little bit, alright? Lovely friend of the channel and absolutely someone deserving of your support. How goes it? Hope you're doing well. Hope you had a wonderful night. But yeah, I'm gonna be honest, I'm gonna take a look at the game. I'm unlikely to actually end up playing Cruelty Squad on account of my visual processing issues. Hi, hello, Trans Knight. Thank you so much for the, for Brain. And they're fighting over the thing. I was gonna raid someone else and was like, oh, let's raid an artist. And I see you and I'm like, well, shit, it's Destiny. It's always Destiny. Listen, you're always destined to come back to me. I'm where it all began. I'm where it all started. I see. Hope you had a fun time with Pal World. I've never checked it out. I don't know. I've heard mixed reviews about it. Listen, you'll always be destined to come crawling back to me. Dread it, run from it. Dread it, run from it. Destiny shall still arrive. And where did that lead you? Back to me. I avoided Palworld a lot back initially because there were a lot of AI accusations around it, but I don't know the legitimacy of those. You know, a lot of bullshit going on. Like, I don't. If I can be dead ass, I don't give a shit about the Pokemon. Like, fucking what's it called? I don't care about the thing Pokemon did with the patents because it's quite literally industry standard. Like we're by blaming Nintendo, getting mad at Nintendo, we're not blaming the right thing. A lot of people get mad at Nintendo when we should be getting mad at the US copyright system because it's literally just industry standard, but you know. I'm gonna do a silly text to AE and raise amount of points. Oh, poor thing. Really am destined? Like, I'm not trying to wiggle in front of you, like, look at me. No, listen, you're always welcome here. I feel so bad that I never find a chance to stop by your end of things because I'm busy as shit, but, like, I want you to know that I'm proud of you and I genuinely appreciate you. I'm so proud of you for making shit, and you're doing wonderful out there, alright? I think Power World devs were deliberately playing copyright such IP bear baiting games for the press. Oh, 100%. Like you look at the Pal World devs history and they are like their dev studio, their entire gimmick is that they make knockoffs of popular games. Like one of their other popular releases or one of their other releases is literally a ripoff of one of the popular Jackbox games, except with generative AI built in. Like, that's kind of the thing that stopped me from ever checking out Palworld. Like, the fact that their history is, like, very much built with, ripping off popular IPs and their previous Gen AI usage. But, you know. Hello, Scar. Lovely to see you. Raw. Oh, so the devs left their game unfinished in perpetual early access. Okay, yeah, kind of fuck them for that. that is genuinely scummy, I will say. That's a behavior I'm not very fond of, but you know. Welcome to the modern gaming industry. In any case, emotes. I don't know. I'll admit I'm way too like I'm extremely careful about what I play on my channel. Because I don't want to accidentally get myself embroiled in any drama, but you know. Got weirded out with the whole human capturing mechanics in Palworld and everything that came after it. Felt weird to me, so I put the game. Understandable. Super fair, just enjoy the games like another arc, which I enjoy Arc Survival, and that's totally fair. I'm not like, oh, you're a bad person for playing it. I'm just like, it's the reasons I avoided the game. I don't think the case with the game is, like, I don't know. There might be information I'm missing. I don't know like how serious the situation with the game is, and I'm not in the business of critiquing other people's media consumption. I'm just like speaking to the reasons I never checked it out and seeing if chat has more information. But no, real. You take care, Monster Kicker. All the best. Bye bite. But no, enjoy what you enjoy at the end of the day. I'm not in the business of critiquing people's media consumption. I'm just like speaking to my own thoughts. Like, there's a lot of games I choose to avoid for personal reasons. Like, I'm not checking out Hytale because the main dev defends generative AI and shit. But like, I'm not in the business of critiquing other people. You know. I don't give a shit what other people do with their time. All about for the most part, you know. I don't have the patience for it. Like, there's ultimately, I think, much more harmful actions that actually matter to critiquing people than, like, what fucking video game someone plays. Like, I don't give a shit. I'm just rambling. I'm a yapper at my heart. For next watch party, instead of how to train your dragon or iron lung, we should... Nope, we're not doing that. Opinion rejected. Opinion rejected, Pyro. Shame that Hytale allegedly did not have its AI in its creation, that dev supports it. You were this close to greatness, you were this close, literally. It's like, damn, if the main dev wasn't a dick, you know? So close to being good. I don't know why I can't get these fucking fingers to look right. I'm usually so good at drawing hands. What is my life? My roommate ain't working. Oh no! Oh, is it Groundhog Day? Chat, what the fuck's the deal with Groundhog Day? What does Groundhog Day actually mean? What does it mean for it to be Groundhog Day? Huh? Isn't it when they wait for a groundhog to come out and determine if it's winter still hanging around or something? I don't know what that means. The Oracle of, I cannot pronounce that for the fucking life of me. Is beseeched about the weather. Determines if we have 6 more weeks of winter or not, but what does that even mean? What does that even mean? Basically, modern version of a midwinter holiday where where we hope spring will approach a little faster. It never does. The Oracle is a rodent. Rat. Rat Oracle. Hello, Grum. How are you doing today? Grum, you're rat coded. Anyway, Grum, they stole my blood. My blood got stolen today. No, Grum's absolutely lovely. We stand Grum. Guys, go fucking, watch Grum. Grum's wonderful. I'm surrounded by many cool people. Is that too long? I think that's too long. Nyx is just getting no. They do that sometimes. Well, I want my blood back. I want it back. Give it back. What if I want to have my blood back? They stole it. This is the stupidest fucking bit. This is such a dumb bit. I kinda love it though. Does that work? Is that a hand? Chad, did I draw a hand? Listen, after what they did to it, no the fuck you don't. Gonna take someone else's blood, you're so right. You're so right. Winter got too much in the north, say the motherfucker go to the south now. No, I won't survive the winter. Don't know the full story, but Pocket Pair tried to make a parody game that's basically trying to figure out who wasn't using Gen AI in an art gallery instead of the other way around. People using this excuse that they use AI and are bad. I mean, any usage of Gen AI in my mind is bad. Hello, index page! Bark, bark, bite, bite. Lovely to see ya. I appreciate all of your lurking, Grum. It means a lot. Never play fair in a game where others cheat. Some guy on Instagram. I will say, the lab folk who took my blood had a wreath on their door made out of the little blood vials. Also, ads about to hit. I'm so sorry, chat. I hate that I'm getting up for every ad break recently, but I have two. No, never mind. I'm gonna sit. I'm gonna sit here. I'm gonna sit here. I'm gonna survive the ad break without standing up this time. I'll stand up and stay in this room. But hello, index page. How are you? The doctors did not figure out what's wrong with me, by the way. Fingers maybe it's like too long. I think it's good enough right now. Like, it's definitely too long. The hand in general feels too big, but like... There we go, that's better. No joke, half the time when I get up to do the ad break, I just spend a chunk of it doing squats. That's so real. I usually like go like I'll be honest, sometimes when I'm taking ad breaks and I like actually stand up during them, it's because I'm a little bit overstimulated and I need like 2 seconds to walk outside. You know? Sometimes I just need like 2 seconds to walk outside and like feel the wind and like ground myself for a second. I not because I hate you guys or anything, just because like sometimes, especially if I'm playing a video game, the game can get overstimulating, and I just need a second. That's how it goes. I am gonna stand up and stretch though. Big stretch. Aww. Hi, Pharaoh. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Hi, Fanatic Pharaoh. Hello, Tiger Faye. Lovely to see y'all. How goes it? Lovely to see y'all. I'm currently standing up. Oh, I forgot about my energy drink. I forgot. Chat, I do not have object permanence. I am discovering in real time. I put my energy drink down where it was blocked from view by my drawing tablet, and I forgot it was there for like at least 2 hours. I don't think I have object permanence. Sorry that I keep saying hi to you as if it's your first time in here tonight. Every single time you poke in Tiger Faye, I'm neurotic and I get happy when I see you. I don't have object permanence is what we're discovering right now. So I can sneak around you like a Skyrim NPC? Probably. Like, apparently if you're not in my line of sight, I'll just fucking forget you're there. I don't mind at all. I love saying hi. Tiger Faye, we should like chat sometime. I don't know if we have each other's discords, but we should like totally chat sometime. You're a sweetheart. Ah, rah, rah, rah. You know, I'm just gonna use the skin color for now. See, okay, here's the thing. I haven't even finished sketching all my emotes and I'm already sitting here, like, you know, fully finishing and drawing this one just because I'm really excited about this one in particular and can't stop thinking about it instead of, you know, finishing to sketch the rest of my fucking emotes like the dumbass I am. There's such a strong temptation, though, to finish and, like, start animating this one, even though I absolutely should not do that yet, because this is going to be a live 2D animated one. Like, I should not do that. I should work on the rest of the emotes and then, like, you know, bring them all into fucking live 2D and do that at the same time, the ones that are gonna be animated. But, like, fucking hell. We don't. Mine's the same as my user, but feel free to whisper a DM anytime. Hell yeah, noted. Sorry, I'm trying to be more social recently. I'm bad at it, but I'm trying. I'm so bad at talking to people. Alright, there we go. Bark, bark, bite, bite. But yeah, I should not even be, like, finishing this emote right now. I should be worried about, like, sketching the rest of them, but I just keep doing it anyway, so, you know. So, do you know how to reroll my ones in the life skill tree? I got very bad stats. I wish I could help you. I get it, don't worry, especially with the current climate. Sometimes energy and time is limited, yeah. I have a lot of issues with fucking managing my time and energy, but I'm doing my best out here. I have boundless desire to talk to people and to be social. It is always a limiting factor of time and capacity. God, I fucking love ska punk, chat. Alright, there we go. So that's basically the base for this emote laid out. There is some detailed work I need to do for it, like adding freckles and whatnot, but I think honestly, I'm gonna call that good enough for this emote and come back to it later, after I've completed some of the other emotes, so I can like tweak everything in tandem, you know? I think that's the play. I think the play is I say good enough on this emote for now, and come back to it when I've got like more established for some of my other emotes. But it's so good. I'm so happy. I'm so excited to have like a little salute. If you think about it, you'll be spending around the same amount of time sketching in a different order. I mean, true, fair point. It's just about maintaining a consistent style. But I can afford to finish this one as a style guide for the rest of them. I really adore the style I'm going for here, actually. I haven't figured out how I want to handle the bite emote, though. Because, like, I like my existing bite emote, but I'm not sure it's the style that I want to stick with. Hi, Rivy, bark, bark, bite, bite. Like, my current bite emote, it's a little bit too gentle and tame. I kind of want something more visceral. You know? And I'm not sure what the vibe is. Let me look at bite emotes on the internet. Yeah, like a lot of people, as much as like I love my fellow VTubers, don't get me wrong, a lot of people's bite emotes are just very soft, cute, silly, and that's not my energy. I'm too feral for that. I'm too feral. You know, this might be like the best one I'm seeing out here. This right here might be the best one I'm seeing right now. But like so many of these, they're so like soft and gentle, and that's not my vibe. And I obviously don't want the lip bites. That's not what I'm here for. I want something more feral, though. This is so good. Like, and this is a little bit too cursed, you know, a little too hard to translate. So I'm trying to think what the move is for the bite. Like, I need a bite emote, but yeah, I'm not cute, exactly. People need to know that flesh will be rent asunder. Exactly. They need to know that they will suffer at my hand. Chat, you're not safe here. Chat, this isn't a safe space. Not because I'm a raging bigot, but because I will eat you. Fucking clip that. I'm proud of that line. Animated one with the arm snaps and gushes blood. I like to live dangerously. You know what? Fair point. Fair enough. This is not a safe space. Not because I'm a raging bigot, but because I will bite you. I'm not cute. Hello, Asuno Tenshi. Welcome on in. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Lovely to see ya. Hope you're doing well. And you take care, Mix Maxi. It's always lovely to see you. Okay, chat. Does anyone have like bite emotes from other content creators they can drop? I need bite emotes. I currently have like no active subs. So I have a severe lack of bite emotes. The only bite emotes I have are mine, Vivi's, and Transnights. Does anyone else have other bite emotes that they can offer? Getting the vibe of that one guy calmly petting his dog that tries to bite ferociously at his hands. How dare you, mighty Lotus of Shorts? How fucking dare you? Thank you, Trans Knight, for the giant emote. I don't know. Let me see if I've got anything on Discord. I do really like Stella's bite emote. Ha 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 ha. Bite emote could just be you with some flesh in your mouth. True. Maybe, perhaps. Like, honestly, the smart choice is I just stick with the standard. And maybe go a little bit ferocious with the teeth. But, you know. Let's just try sketching and see what happens. Alright, so we have this emote here. We're just gonna grab a red. I like sketching in red recently. I don't know, I'm just very red-pilled. Whatever the fuck that means. That probably means something. That probably means something. And if it means something bad, I'm so... That absolutely means something bad. Okay, in my defense, I'm doing my best. Not a bite, but someone in Jason. Wait, that's so good though. Wait, that goes hard. You can make it look like you have a gauntlet or a long glove in your mouth. Like the idea there's a whole fucking arm, in the thing that would be understood. You must looking very creature, intentionally so. Red does the manosphere thing. Chat, I'm so sorry. I have something I need to tell you guys. I have a secret. I am secretly a toxic cishet manosphere influencer. Hello, Blaziken. Not doing too well, but it's fine. It's adorable. Hey, I hope things get better. It's lovely to see you in for a moment. Okay, make sure you're taking care of yourself. A is under the layers of the manosphere onion. Number one Joe Rogan fan. Chat, I'm so sorry. I've been Joe Rogan this whole time. I'm sorry for keeping this from you. I know, I'm terrible. Hey, how could you lie to us? I'll do it again. I'll fucking do it again. I'm not sorry. I think if I like add like foam at the end of the mouth, like that feral emote, that might do it, honestly. Wait, okay, I might be onto something. But then I need to figure out what I'm biting, you know? I know we would never get the Vor redeem, but would a Vor emote be possible? Is that not what my bite emote is? Is it not Vory enough for you? Chat, I'm gonna give you rabies. What am I biting in this is the question. Because I do like that a lot of them are biting hands. If I'm gonna do a hand one, I gotta make it clear the hand is like in pain. I could also make it like a decap. Wait. Hear me out. Hear me out. Are you getting the impression? Are you picking up what I'm putting down? It's exactly what I had in mind. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. I do think I need to move this slightly over to the side, but like... the arm is decapitated. Okay. Transform. I do need to zoom it out a tiny bit to make it all fit in here. Okay, we've got this, we've got this. It's pretty violent. Good. Could you please put my arm back down? No. I am a feral beast. Your arm is now my property. Alright, let me just like... I'm putting down something, chat. Let me just, like, get the impression of the hair down. Just getting the rough impression of everything down here. I fuck with this. It doesn't need a body. I don't think it needs a body. Alright. Just getting the vague impression of the shape down. There we go. Beautiful. Met my calorie goal for the day, though? Hmm? Hey, you'll be okay. Rah. Can you please put my arm back down? Absolutely not. This is fine. I have two arms for a reason. I just need to make sure it's not too gory for Twitch, because Twitch will get mad if something's like too gory. We'll see. I need a symmetry ruler. There you are. I found my symmetry ruler. Alright. We've got this. They are in fact renowned cowards about that sort of thing. Yeah, it's a shame, really. It's a shame. Twitch really hates allowing a little bit of silly hee hee ha ha gore. I have, so fun fact, I do some amount of gore art in my free time. I find it to be a very good means of like artistic expression, both of like emotional release, but also of like, you know, I like body horror. I just think it's fun. I think it honestly really like rendering blood and injuries and whatnot. Like it's really good art practice, and I feel like I've improved more from learning to do gore arts. No worries, you take care, Frosty, all the best. I think I've learned more about, like, you know, being a good artist from doing gore art than I have from any other type of art I've done. Twitch is a coward about that shit. Twitch is such a, like, Twitch won't let me do my silly little gore art on their platform, and I think it's so sad. I think it's so sad. I understand that they have advertisers they need to please, but have they considered that I'm just a little guy, and I deserve to do my gore art? Have we considered Twitch.tv staff? That I'm just a little guy. Hello, Host Gaming, how are you doing? Fuck. Okay, that's way too thick. I guess it is 5. You know what? I'm not going to start with this, actually. I'm going to start with the mouth. There we go. How do you do that with bloodless little guy? Yeah. Shadows be perfectly so fine as long as you don't have saliva or blood. I mean, gore art. There's gonna be blood. Since the doctor stole your blood, you really shouldn't have any anyways. God fucking damn you. How dare you. Might be a hot take, but I feel like everyone should draw 100% more gore art if they, would... Sorry. Okay. This might be a bad take, but I feel like everyone would be 100% more into gore art if they knew how it feels to draw it. I'm trying to figure what you mean by that. Oh yeah, for the emote, yeah. Apologies. Silly hee hee ha ha moment. I don't know. I'm an enjoyer of the production of gore art. And I think it's sad that it's not more acceptable on platforms like this, is all. I think I should be allowed to do a little bit of hee hee ha ha silly gore art every now and then. Foaming at the mouth. Okay. Hee 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 hee, look at him. Look at him. Big teefies. Sorry, this is already so good. I love this. But yeah, like, sorry, it's gonna take all of my strength and not to make this arm like gushing blood. Yeah, we are redrawing some of our old emotes right now. Gordon in general, I haven't dug into it since they changed the allowed on stream art rules. Said just read the emote stuff people I mod for the way they need me to go. So real. I don't know. Like, Twitch is so weird about when they actually push their rules around like emotes and whatnot, because there's a lot of people who have emotes that literally break Twitch rules as far as like, gun emotes are absurdly common on this platform given they are literally against Twitch TOS, and I rarely see people punished. Yet I know someone who got punished for having an emote that looked like piss. You know? You can use the CCP preferred way of censoring blood. Yeah, I don't think so. Not on Twitch. I think that'd be more like I actually fun fact. I one time got a one sec. Let me do this. All right. One time I actually got an NSFW like strike on my stream because I was working on a live 2D model. And for those who like are confused by that, sometimes when you work on live 2D models, you need to draw the body under the clothes, you know, uh, to make sure that it's going to be compatible with all the toggles, especially if a model's going to have multiple outfits. So I was literally drawing like this Ken doll ass body. There was no visible genitalia. It was literally just skin. No shading on the skin even. I was basically just laying down the shapes of the thighs, and Twitch gave me an NSFW content warning. And I'm like, is it because I called his waist slutty? Come on, Twitch. It's just me that can be really good at process certain feelings by drawing gore. Maybe more people would enjoy gore if they try that. Oh, yeah, okay. I 100% agree in that case. I wasn't entirely sure what you meant, but in that particular case, yeah, agreed. Classical artists would never survive Twitch, literally. Nah, like, most classical art would not be allowed to be drawn on Twitch. How dare you draw a Kendall? It's way more than Knuff. What did I do to deserve this fate? But no, like most models, most live 2D models have fucking like naked body under their clothes. But like the one person I know who has gotten hit for an emote, I'm pretty sure the only reason he got hit is because he applied for partner. He applied for partner and they went, this emote has piss in it. Goodbye. And made him remove the emote if he wanted to get partner. AE question, have you ever watched Voltron Legendary Defenders? I never finished it. I did start it and never finished it. Alright, I don't have to worry actually for this emote about splitting it up into parts because this one's not going to be animated. So I don't have to worry about all that layering bullshit, which is going to make this so much easier. I might do the ears. Twitch was really rough about that stuff for a while, plus they got pretty lax for a bit. Then they had the artistic nudity stuff, so many people didn't know what that meant, so made Twitch go back to, yeah, never mind none of that. Yeah, unfortunately, a lot of people abusing their policies for artistic nudity basically just screwed over all artists, and I'm still mad about it, to be perfectly honest. I have not forgiven the handful of people who abused the artistic nudity rules to a point where we got them revoked. It's terrible. Like, there were people who were straight up just getting naked on stream. And also, it caused so much fucking VTuber drama. My god. I will. This might be like one of my more toxic opinions, and I apologize for it. But like, there was this massive wave of VTubers who were like very much knowingly breaking the new nudity rules. Uh, and then complaining on Blue Sky or Twitter about it afterwards and like blowing up because of it. And I'm gonna be honest, one of my toxic opinions is that I hate that shit. I think that was gross and dumb. Um, there are so many examples of like VTubers very blatantly breaking the rules and then getting mad they get punished. Literally unfollow people about it. Yeah, real. Like, I swear some people on this website. I mean, the unfortunate part of the fact is that is a genuine strategy for content growth. And I've known and seen people massively succeed off of this. One way to grow or blow up a channel is to get embroiled in controversy and come out the victor, you know? I've known content creators in like, political spaces who have gotten their success off of this. I've known content creators in the VTuber space more largely who have gotten their success off of this. They, intentionally got themselves into some sort of trouble and then benefited off of the controversy. Um, because VTubers have a massive persecution complex, and while there is a small extent to which it is true, Twitch is not nearly as anti-VTuber as the VTuber community has convinced themselves. Um, so many people, oh, don't do that. So many people in the VTuber sphere are convinced that like Twitch has it out for VTubers and that they, push the rules unfairly on VTubers. The only reason you think that is because you never talk to FleshTubers. Um, and because of that, so many VTubers have this massive persecution complex that it exhausts me. It exhausts me. Like, I promise you, as someone who has gotten suspended on this website, Twitch is not harsher on VTubers. FleshTuber sounds so bad if you don't know what it means. Slur for people who show their fucking faces on screen. Fucking FleshTuber. FleshTuber does sound kind of like a slur when you think about it that way. But in any case, there's just so many VTubers who are convinced Twitch that they have such a intense persecution complex and are convinced Twitch has it out for them. And no, they don't. They really don't. Pretty new to the VTuber sphere, what I've been able to gather is a lot of the stuff that happens to VTubers is from them blatantly breaking rules 100%. The majority of the trouble VTubers get into is 100% VTubers breaking the rules. Um, oh my god. Okay. This is one of the more severe cases that I'm not sure if I should talk about, but I'm gonna talk about it. I've talked about it before. There was one time I saw a case of a content creator complaint. Okay. Twitch does have a couple rules that specifically target VTubers. One of the rules that they do target VTubers with is a rule meant to prevent like NSW content of kids. So basically, there's a rule on Twitch that states that you cannot engage in like adult conversation or subject matter because like you already cannot do a blatantly NSW content on Twitch, but you're allowed to have like suggestive stuff and there's like the sexual themes tag and whatnot. You cannot have the sexual themes tag or engage in such content if you depict yourself as a kid and act childish on stream. basically, which is, I know is a super vague rule, but it exists to protect children and whatnot. And it does very much target VTubers. And I remember there being a VTuber complaining massively about this rule and making a big deal about it on Twitter and talking about like, oh, why am I getting targeted with this when my model just looks like me? I scrolled through their art gallery on Twitter. They had art of their model with a pacifier. Like, don't pretend you're not what you are. Hello, Fungies. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome on in. If any of my mods are around, if they could get a shout out. Hello, folks. I'm Archivist. I'm your resident chaotic Enfield. I stream not queer virtual games and do art here on Twitch.tv. And we're currently working on some new emotes. How goes it? Lovely to see y'all. Everyone make sure you give some love, and they're making me normal. Nah, everyone go give some love to the Fungies. What were y'all up to tonight? Hello. Oh. Whoops. That's why I'm new to this VTuber stuff. I've waited. I'm seeing a lot of people do that. Yeah, I will admit a lot of the VTuber community, it's very based in like sex appeal and both anime and idol culture, and it does come with a lot of the baggage of those spheres. I love VTubing for the artistry of it. I love VTubing as a means for storytelling, as a means for playing characters, for leaning into, like, I love the art that goes into VTuber models and whatnot. Do not blame people who have avoided the scene or who feel uncomfortable in regards to it because of how base it is in, like, sex appeal and some of the more questionable tropes that come alongside it, you know? That come alongside that association with, like, anime and whatnot. Did a couple steps today, Minecraft art and Slay the Princess. Hope you enjoyed. Sounds like a good stream. It's always lovely to see you. And they're fighting over the model. Got dragged into this from somebody who got hired into a corpo. Her model, despite her asking many times for it to not have them, was a giant-breasted woman. Ugh. Yeah. It's unfortunately a pretty common, like, I don't know. The corposphere especially, it is very focused on a lot of that sex appeal most of the time. I'm glad there are exceptions. I could never go corpo, and I don't really keep up a whole lot with corpo VTubing. There's only like one corpo VTuber I've really kept up with, and she is no longer corpo. But yeah, I find, as much as I appreciate VTubing as an art form, I very rarely keep up with the corporate sphere. I could never go corpo. I value too much the control I have over my art. And I think, you know what, even I made partner entirely on my own. I'm doing okay at this shit. But no worries, I appreciate it. Thank you so much for the subscription, Fungies. No worries about needing to raid and run. Take care of yourself above all. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Don't blame me in the slightest. I would recommend avoiding corporate at all costs. I absolutely plan to. Like, there is the thought in the back of my head that I would eventually like to have, like, a manager to answer my emails and help with content planning and whatnot. I'm not quite at the size where that's necessary, but if I continue to grow and hit a point where I'm, like, you know, averaging 100, 200 viewers, it might be a thing I consider, but, like, I never want to go in the corpo sphere. I want to have control over my art. I want to be able to talk about politics. I want to be able to be openly and loudly queer. And I don't want to be pushed into the corner of having to... Okay, I'm going to admit to something. I've talked about this a couple times, but not recently. There have been a couple times where I have been desperate enough for success as a content creator, and these were all, like, over 2 years ago, but where I was desperate enough for success where I did, like, apply to corpos very much with the expectation and understanding that I'd probably be locked into presenting as a woman the whole time. And I'm very glad that that never happened, you know? I managed to make partner on my own. And while my community has fallen off a bit from where it used to be, depressive episodes will do that. While I'm not seeing like 100 plus like I was 6 months ago, I'm I'm really happy to be where I am. And I've proven that I can hit those heights. I know I can get back there. I just need to make sure it doesn't like turn into a shit show again. Having managed a completely different story, I've managed people a few times before, and it's more of them corp, not a corpo VTuber thing. Nods, nods. Really dodged a bullet there, huh? Yeah. I'm glad for it. I'm glad to be here. There's some corpos I've enjoyed, but the size of the channels, like, I can't hang in chat there, understandably. Like, I'll be honest, I think the sweet spot that I've noticed and that I strive for is around the 150 viewer range. Like, chat's really fast at that point, but it is not too fast to keep up with, and it would be pretty easy at that size to make enough money to do this full time, you know? That's kind of the thought that exists in my head. Like, I think that's about where I want to end up. And then, you know, YouTube content can be the shit that, like, blows up and covers the rest of it. But, you know. Yeah, the corpo VTubing sphere scares me. I love VTubing. I care so much about it as an art form, but I do have some of my opinions and feelings. And while I wouldn't say I'm a controversial figure necessarily, I'm not exactly, like, okay. I'm not a respected figure. When I say I'm not a respected figure, I don't mean that I'm, like, actively hated, but because I don't lean into a lot of the conventions of VTubing, a lot of the larger, or folks around my size range don't take me seriously, is what I mean to say. But yeah, that's, like, kind of how I feel and where I hope to end up in this whole sphere. You know? I don't necessarily want to be the normative VTuber. I want to be my weird little... I like the weird little space I'm carving out for myself here. Honestly, 150 to 250 range is perfect. There's even some light chatter 500 streams out there that are delightful. Yeah, and I think that, like, 150 to 250 is about where I want to end up. It is a dream of mine to be able to live off of my art, and I'm not someone who needs a whole lot of money to survive. My cost of living is pretty low. I live very frugally, and I'm content with that. I'm a punk. But I'd be really content to be in that space. To be a weird little niche internet micro-celebrity or whatever the fuck you want to call it. I am really excited to go to Offkai, though. That's going to be fun. I think Offkai is, like, the most mainstream VTuber. I think attending Offkai is the most, like, mainstream VTuber type of thing I've ever done. You're so normal after all? I'm so normal! I'm the most normal guy you've ever met. God, I love the art streams because I do not get anything fucking done during them. It's great. It's literally just an excuse to yap and hang out, and I kind of fuck with that heavy. May make it out to Offkai in a couple years if things get better. I hope they do. Genuinely. I mean, I hope things get better in the US because, like, Jesus Christ, the current ongoing political situation, like the US is currently under fascist rule. I'm not gonna mince my words there. The US is under fascist rule right now. Don't blame anyone for not wanting to come. Don't blame anyone for not wanting to visit. I'm scared to leave the country. I am afraid if I left the country, I would probably be denied re-entry. You know? So I don't blame people for not wanting to come, but I hope things get better. Not just because it's a fascist hellhole, but because, like, I think there's a lot of lovely things that happen here that I want people to be able to experience, and I want a lot of the bands I enjoy to stop being scared to cross the border, and I want to be able to visit friends of mine who are outside the US or have them visit me. Things like that, you know? I figured that was a typo, True Silver Bullet. You're all good. I'm excited to go to Offkai though. I think it's gonna be my first time leaving the state of Florida in about 7 years, or in about 8 years. So it's gonna be interesting. I need to figure out flights soon. AI generated content is lazy and ethical. Real. Fuck Gen AI. Fuck Gen AI. Hate that shit. One day I'll release the video essay I keep talking about. Okay, your time. I want big, silly fop ears. Once I figure Nightshade the sleep. So okay, how do I say? Nightshade is how do I've actually okay. I don't nightshade my art actually, mostly because I'm lazy. Uh, Useful tool. Definitely recommend using it if you post your art online publicly, because like it is a tool for helping to fight against this shit. But like more so than anything, this is a hard thing for me to say as an anarchist. Oh, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome on in. Nefertiti, Nettie, welcome on in. Let me make sure you get a shout out. I don't know if any of my mods are around right now. Pleasure to make your acquaintance, though. Hello, hello. My name is Archivist. I'm your resident chaotic infield. I don't normally look like this. Chat has me scuffed at the moment, but it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. How are you doing? What were you up to tonight? We're currently chilling, getting some art done, yapping more than anything. Hope you're all having a wonderful evening. And fuck generative AI. Thank you so much for the follow. How was your stream? Listen, Zelda, I have object permanent, or I don't have object permanence rather. No worries, you take care. Definitely Fuse. Hope to see you again sometime in the near future. Get some good rest. Working on comms. Ooh, do you want to share? Do you want to share? If you have any thing that you've made today that you would like to share, feel free to post a link in chat. I do not restrict links in chat. So I would be happy to see. Also, you take care and get some good sleep as well, Mal. Bark, bark, bye, bye. We're actually working on some new emotes for the channel because I'm going to be celebrating my 4-year anniversary soon, and my current emotes are actually all of my old designs. So, whoopsie. We're updating things, getting a more unified, a new style, more engaging poses and whatnot. We're working on it. Still whip, but Ewan's like, no worries, no rush. Do what you gotta do. I love art tax. I think the ritual of art tax is very fun. I like seeing what other content creators are making out in these spaces. Ooh, fine. What's this for? I'm curious. Is this like a stream asset or whatnot? I really like the aesthetic you're working with. Are you a musician? I fuck with it. I fuck with it heavy. Oh, it's an emo. What's it for, if you don't mind me asking? I do fuck with it. Good shit. No, for someone else. Got it. Got it. Oh, right, you did say comms. Sorry, I'm a little bit, like, mentally all over the place. I'm 5 hours into stream, so the EP is hidden a little bit, but it looks fucking incredible. I vibe with it. Listen, after 5 hours, my brain starts to shut down a little bit, and then I just keep going. The EP cannot hold me down for long. I stream like 6 hours, fucking 4 times a week, and I swear it's slowly killing me, but it's worth it. Almost stream past my bedtime. Oh, poor thing. Imagine going to bed at a reasonable hour. I will be up until 4 in the goddamn morning. You can't stop me. Oh shit, Snowkit, thank you for the raid as well. Mods, if we could get a shout out. Welcome on in, folks. Hello, I am Archivist, your resident chaotic infield. We're currently doing some emote work. How are you? And hello, Lament as well. Mods, sorry, not mods. Chat, make sure you give some love. Both to Snowkit and to Nerfetti. I'm definitely mispronouncing that. I'm so sorry. I'm a little brain dead critter, and it is almost midnight. I say it's almost midnight as if I'm not regularly up until like 3 in the morning. I really miss doing 8-hour streams. I used to do like 8-hour streams regularly, and I just do not have the capacity for that these days. One day I'll get back to it. One day I'll start doing like 8 to 10-hour streams again. After I go full time, probably. Someday. Not a big raid, but still, hey, any amount of support is appreciated. Welcome on in Amber Fobs. I hope you guys know, like anyone who raids the channel, I hope you guys know that like viewer number is not at all what matters to me. What matters is that like people are showing their support. That means the world to me. I appreciate just the fact that people are willing to throw whatever support they are able. Um, a small number of people still mean something to me as someone who's trying to make a living off this shit. 8 to 10 hours is a lot. So I stream a minimum of 6 hours, 3 to 4 times a week. So on an average week, I stream 18 to 25, or yeah, 18 to 24 hours minimum. Usually I try to hit at least 20 hours a week. Uh, I can't always. There are some weeks where I only hit, like, 18 hours or something of that nature. We do what we can with what we've got, but, there are just some days where capacity is a little bit lower than others. How many AE coin does AE have? AE coin does not exist. Fuck crypto. But I would love to get back to doing, like, because I used to stream easily 30 plus hours a week. It's very difficult for me to do that these days, but I want to. I want to find a way to make it possible again. Welcome back from dinner. Oh, AE points? Oh, so fun fact, when you're a streamer, you actually get an infinite number of your own point currency. So there's actually no, like, I don't have a specific amount of point currency for my channel because I get an infinite amount of it. Actually, for that particular line, I can stand to do this. There we go. All right. Streaming is just sitting down, and to get how you even can drain energy doing it, mostly from the talking. I'm a yapper. My main thing as a content creator is talking constantly. So I will sit oftentimes in the just chatting category for 3 to 4 hours. I just talking before I even start the video game, and then I still spend another, you know, 2 to 4 hours playing a video game. I'm using my voice. I have actually pushed my voice to a point of vocal damage before from streaming constantly and like talking all the time. Um, like yeah, I'm just sitting down, but I'm draining mental energy and straining my voice oftentimes more than anything. It is absolutely an energy drain, you know? What I'm doing here is still a form of work. It's just different than a lot of physical labor. All types of activity or work, take an amount of effort. Like even sitting there and playing a video game, like there is an amount of mental labor that requires, and it's still a worthwhile, fun activity, and it absolutely can be restful. But then you have to combine that oftentimes with fucking engaging with how do I say with chat and keeping up with a lot of notifications and whatnot. Sends you to gym. How is okay, with all the love in the world, how the fuck does gym help me with literal damage to my because what it was actually my diaphragm. I damaged my diaphragm. like how the fuck does gym help with damaging my diaphragm? you know? Ultimately it was an issue of pushing my voice too hard at one point, and I had to take a yeah, okay. So this was about a year and a half ago. This would have been the summer of 2024. I damaged my diaphragm from doing voice acting on stream. Because oftentimes if I'm playing a game that has a lot of dialogue in it, I will do character voices. Uh, and it was doing one of these high-pitched voices for multiple hours, multiple nights in a row, that eventually strained my voice to a point where I actually damaged my diaphragm, and I could not speak without my voice trailing off mid-sentence for about 2 months before it got better. So I had to take a considerable reduction in the hours I stream. Uh, but yeah, You know? Like, I'll be so real. My day job is way more stressful and draining than this is, but I'm also not going to pretend that staring at a stream for 6 hours, staring at a screen for 6 hours talking isn't also sometimes a lot. And it can drain. Especially when I've been awake all day and it's like 2 in the morning. Yes. That is Druid, why I try to make him less common. I'm just making straights for my NES game, but I'm getting a bit tired and it may work today, and that's so fair. You know, we gotta know our physical limits, and that's okay. Hello, Celestial Muffin, lovely to see you. But yeah, like, fucking all forms of work can be draining. We all have different capacities for stuff and different capacities on different days, and that's perfectly okay. Uh, we do what we can with respect to our physical bodies in any given moment. There are days where I'm able to stream 10 to 12 hours. There are days where I need to cut it off at 6, and that is okay. Especially because I have a lot of responsibilities in life that I live outside of here. But also, like, I'm literally currently getting evaluated for dysautonomia, which is a dysfunction of the nervous system that causes the heart to do funky shit. So, like, even with that, gym only can help so much. I'm actually extremely fit. I average about 9K steps per day. On an average day I get about 9,000 steps, which is a little bit below the recommended. Um and I usually spend like at least a couple hours of the day at like elevated heart rates. You know? Bark bark bite bite. I exercise regularly. Friendly reminder, the brain consumes 80% of the calories you consume. Also true. Very true. That's why, like, exercise is actually not the most effective means of losing weight. Like, yes, exercise is an important element of maintaining long-term health and weight loss if that is a goal of yours, which it should not necessarily be without discrimination. Um, or rather, discretion is the right word there. But like the most effective means of losing weight, if you are looking to do so, is just managing what you're eating better. That said, I am in very good health. I am in very good health. Well, okay, I'm not in very good health in regards to, like, the fact that I probably am disabled, but, I'm in very good health in that I take good care of my physical body and those regards, you know? I'm not in very good health, that's a lie. I'm in very good health by the metrics that most people determine very good health. That's what I should say. I'm in very good health by the metrics by which most people measure health. I have 14% body fat. That's like professional athlete level. Hello, Hatchwood. Welcome on in. Bite. Hope you're having a wonderful evening. But yeah, all that to say, like, fucking different things drain us in different ways at different levels for different reasons. Just because something's not physical exercise does not mean that it's not taxing on our bodies, and that's okay. You can just call me Woot. Well, pleasure to meet you, Woot. Bite. Become a philosopher. You'll take a physical health boon every 2 psych damage. Real. But not in any case. Sorry, this is so dumb. I like that I just kind of, like, drove off a troll by responding to them too logically. What's going on today? Just doing some art, chilling, yapping as we're off to do. We just had, like, a troll pop into chat, and I think they were trying to get a rise out of me, but I just kind of, like, very calmly responded, and I'm pretty sure they left while I was, like, calmly responding to their point, and I find that very funny. That is my preferred means of like dealing with like trolls and shitty comments and whatnot. Um like if they're not very overtly like being homophobic, racist, etc. My preferred means of dealing with trolls is just like responding to them as if they're normal chatters. And usually they get bored and realize they're not going to get anywhere with me, you know? You know? Like if I can deal with the troll by just not being trollable, then I've won. My preferred method of dealing with people, because I don't want to yell at people on the internet, and I don't want to just like get pissy about it. But if I can drive someone off by just being too calm, then I consider that a win. I'm not entertaining to troll, and then therefore they do not bother with me. In good health equal almost not dying. True. Chad, if you're not dead, you're doing a pretty good job for yourself health wise. You know, maybe not perfect, but okay. One sec. Let me find this. There we go. Okay. 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 One sec. I'm a little bit locked in right now. Looks good so far. So we do chat emotes. Indeed, I'm working on a new set of emotes for my 4 years anniversary. Also, there is an ad about to hit. I'm so sorry, folks. Twitch does force me to run ads. I promise I would not run them if I did not fucking have to. But here we are. Promise I'll still be here when the ad break ends. I'm probably gonna stand up for a moment and stretch, because my body needs a little bit of a stretch. But yeah, these are some new emotes that we're gonna be introducing to the channel pretty soon. Since they're foot soldiers or they're hand soldiers, what would a hand soldier entail, chat? What would a hand soldier entail? I love ska punk. Alright, I'm gonna move to a different playlist though. I'm gonna force y'all to listen to Frog Legs. There we go. Big stretch. Hee hee. Holy shit, Spy Kids reference in chat. Spy Kids is such a throwback. I was massively into Spy Kids back in the day. I miss it, honestly. Iconic piece of media. Spy Kids for the fucking win. Good shit. Welcome back, Yogsaloth. One moment. I have a warhead in my mouth. I'm shooting a weapon of mass destruction. But not herein lies the question, chat. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Shit, fuck. Don't do that. That was an accident. I accidentally hit a button. Fuck. But what would a hand soldier be, chat? What would be a hand soldier? Chat, is the hand soldier? No, I'm not gonna say that. That's a little bit too suggestive. The temptation hit me though. The temptation. The momentary temptation sure did hit me. Oh, hand. H-A-N-D. My brain made the joke. It's the one who grips. See, I was gonna say, in regards to hand soldiers, sluts. Hello, Druid. Hello, it is I. The devil on your... Like, I was gonna be like the servant... Twinks. Twinks. Twink moment. Okay. Sorry. I don't know how to phrase what's in my brain without it coming off potentially horribly wrong. I just needed to be known. I am a twink enjoyer. I'm a twink enjoyer. I'm just saying. I like twinks. I think they're cute. You know? Chat, I have a friend who texted me at about 4 p.m. today out of nowhere being like, hey, I'm watching this show and I can't send any pictures, but I need you to know that there is like the slimmest, sluttiest, pretty man on my screen right now, and he's currently straddling another man with a knife to his throat, and I was so mad. You can't just do that to me and not provide visual. You can't do that to me and not provide visual. You can't do that to me and not show me. He likes himself some Twinks. Twinks, offer yourself before him. Yes, Twinks. Twinks, where are you? Twinks, at my command. I like Twinks. Also, hello, Memori. I don't know if I said hi to you. Lovely to see you. Bark my bite. Shout out to hand-based enemies in video games. I'm just a twink enjoyer, okay? I'm just a twink enjoyer. I like my pretty boys. Than anyone else. Okay. Oh, I fuck with this heavy, okay. Chad, this fucks heavy. Need to work on drawing twinks. They're hard to do justice. You know? Twinks are a little hard to do justice. Fuck that one guy who grabs you and sends you to the start of a dungeon. No, oh my god. Okay, I have such a love-hate relationship with Legend of Zelda as a series because like I love The Legend of Zelda. I also cannot stand half of the enemies in Legend of Zelda, and also Ocarina of Time is a bad game. Hot take, I don't care if you get mad at me. Legend of Zelda, it's mid. Sorry. Ocarina of Time is mid. I know it was revolutionary for the time and it like was testing the bounds of hardware in the era and we wouldn't have modern gaming without it. That said, Ocarina of Time is mid. But hello, Mamori. Hope you're doing well. Lovely to see you. That's my controversial Zelda opinion. I fucking said it. Thank you so much for the follow, Hatchwoot. Appreciate it. Ocarina of Time is mid. Alright, I need a transform skew maybe? No? I'm on the wrong layer, got it. There we go. That's better. Sorry, but I must take your skin for that opinion, then do it. Fuck you. I don't like to assume so if you don't mind me asking what kind of music you listen to. So I'm mostly into punk. I listen primarily to folk punk and ska punk. I'm currently playing a band that I'm going to be seeing live in a couple weeks, Froglegs. They are a really good folk punk band. But yeah, I mostly listen to punk, primarily ska punk and folk punk. Do, 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 do. Only done one man and I want to draw more of that male character. Do it. Like fucking part of building your ability as an artist, personal opinion, but is like, you know, being able to draw diverse genres of people in all sorts of ways, gender, culture, race, etc. You know, maintaining diversity in your art is a very important skill to having the flexibility necessary to be good at this shit. Would absolutely recommend experimenting and seeing where you end up. Draw more men. I know I for a while was in the hole of like only drawing women, which is ironic given how gay I am. But you know, I'm curious. What kind of music do I look like I listen to? Woot. I'm definitely curious. If you had to assume, if you had to assume my music genre of choice, what would you assume? The Enfield is what you would call a punk hipster. Okay, and? I'm valid. Nah, see, I'm like, I'm too much of a hipster for regular punk, so I have to listen to weird, obscure shit. I love my weird folk punk bands that no one else has ever heard of. Make your body the problem. Aren't we scared? It will bleed me till I'm dry. Make a leather coach bag out of your hide. It's pleasant, at least I can make it worse. The funny thing with folk punk is half of it objectively sounds bad, but I love it, you know? Um, like most folk punk musicians do not know how to sing, but I like them. There's something very raw and DIY about it that really gets to the spirit of what punk is. Because, I mean, punk is all about transgression and not abiding by social expectations or standards. So I feel like folk punk being low key kind of objectively bad is part of its appeal to me. You can tell that this is real stuff being recorded by real people in their bedrooms or basements, because it sounds like shit. Winning against the folk park, you know what? Fair. I think folk punk is just a little bit too obscure to be off of most people's radars, even within the punk scene. Like I've been to punk shows. I went to Apes of the State recently, saw them live, and there was a guy there who was talking about how like he was asking us for recommendations of more bands in this genre because he'd seen them live at Fest. Fest is a hardcore punk festival in Gainesville, Florida. I go to it like every year that I can, because I love punk. But like, he had seen them at Folk Punk and had no idea what this genre was even called. And he approached us because it was very obvious my group of friends and I were very into uh, whatever the hell was going on there. I love Beer Santa. Shout out to Beer Santa. Beer Santa hands out beers at the line of Fest. Apparently he does it every year. And while I was waiting in the line for Fest this past year, man like waterboarded me with whiskey. It was incredible. I started that day so drunk. I was not even through the registration line of Fest, and I was already drunk off my ass, and I do not think I spent more than a couple hours sober that entire weekend. It was beautiful. I'm not a big substance user. I only use substances in social settings, very rarely. Uh, Once every week or two. But every now and then I like to have a weekend, an event where I just kind of let loose. So I have a couple of events scattered throughout the year where I just let myself go all out, and it is usually a good time. Till I'm dry, make a leather coach back out of my hide. Face till I die. I love Beer Santa. I hope I see Beer Santa again this year. I hope Beer Santa waterboards me again this year. Gonna go have a good night. You take care of yourself. I hope Beer Santa waterboards me again. I want to get waterboarded by Beer Santa again, chat. When you're tired and can't sleep. Oh, I'm so sorry, hopefully, Free. I hope you're okay. Hope you're able to get some rest eventually. All the best. Also, I will say, I am a Green Day enjoyer, alright? Like, is Green Day basic as fuck? Yes. Do I like Green Day? Also, yes. I just realized I forgot to put the notch in my ear over here, so I'm gonna fix that real quick. Okay. Sometimes things are popular, they're good. Yeah, like, I'm gonna be so dead ass. Like, they're basic as shit, but Green Day is a good band. I like them. I am an unironic Green Day enjoyer. There we go. Med check. Good idea, actually. I'm gonna take my medication. Because I am planning on only going 6 hours tonight. I need to catch up on a ton of shit because I overslept this morning. Or rather, I overslept yesterday, so I need to catch up on a bunch of shit. But I should med check. What night is it? It's Monday, right? I think it's Monday. It is Monday? Yeah. So I should take my meds before it's too late. You like pumpkin spice lattes and we know you're basic because they come. Okay, pumpkin spice tastes good. Alright, I am an enjoyer of the occasional pumpkin spice latte. That's not a fucking crime. I can still be punk and like fucking pumpkin spice. There's a reason it sounds so close to punk. It's technically Tuesday now, suck my dick. No, I appreciate you, Omega Scales. Thank you for the hydrogen stretch as well. To be fair, before AE, I only knew of Green Day and Sex Pistols for punk bands. I'm so glad to expose you to culture. Like, it's so funny to me, the folks who watch me who were not into punk at all before they started encountering me. Like, I don't know what y'all are doing here, but you're welcome, I guess. Like, I think it's really funny that I'm the reason that a lot of people have gotten invested in punk. I think that's pretty cool, honestly. I think it's pretty cool to be like the part of the reason some people got invested in this whole fucking genre. Oh, it's playing the same song twice because there's two versions of the song out. Shit. Rip. Okay. I don't really fuck with what these lines are doing here. I'm trying to figure out how to make this look good. I'm doing it for me or for you. So keep on moving, or you'll stop breathing. Or just plain leaving. Lifelong bad race of going nowhere. I'm doing better at it. Okay, how do I want to handle this? Okay, one sec. I'm confused about... I made a mistake and I'm trying to figure out how to fix it. Okay, so if I do that, this should work, I think. Actually. Did her just plain leaving a lifelong rat race. I'm glad that I do justice to punk, you know? Does some cleaning, good luck with the art. No worries. Enjoy your up. Enjoy the lurk. Came on a raid for the cute streamers, stayed for the left of shit. Hell fucking yeah. And I'm so glad that people have, you know? I'm glad that I managed to, like, give punk a good name and all that as well. It's an honor to be part of, the continued spread and propagation of punk in the modern day. Because it's something that's so, so important to me. I'm glad to be part of the reason that punk gets to thrive. Give it up for 5.5 hours. Chat, my body has been needing to use the restroom more often than usual lately, and I don't know why, and it bothers me. Do y'all mind if I, like, take a quick break? I'm so sorry. Gonna have this be second monitor? No worries, Queen Ramen, do what you gotta do. I am so sorry. My body has been being really mean to me. Alright, I will be back. I'm so sorry. Go piss boy, thank you. It's one of the things that I needed to talk to the doctor about today, because my body's been weird. It's not normal. I'll be back. You know? You know. You understand me. Not much into punk, but I'm not fully agnostic to it, and I like rock in general. Actually like music, but the broad rock tradition is one of my favorites. Ballad. Live your best life. Often compose more martial music though artisan. What is martial music? Like, what does that mean? I'm not very familiar with that term. I don't think I've heard that before. But not so sorry about that, chat. My body decided that it wanted me to suffer for a minute there. So I needed to go take care of that. Bodies are fucking weird, chat. Bodies are fucking weird. I don't know why they do this. I think they should stop, you know? I think bodies need to not. I think that'd be nice. I think it'd be really nice if they stopped doing whatever the fuck this is. I'm familiar, be pretty cool, not gonna lie. Oh. Yeah. You always tell us to self-care, you should too. Okay, but if you consider that I'm the silly little guy who lives in your computer, I need to be at the top of my game constantly, or else I'm failing. No. Like, being so deadass, I've not been at the top of my game for a while, and I want to get back on the top of my game. Like, I want to get back to the top of my game, because I haven't been there for a hot minute. I miss streaming like 10 hours. I miss because I had a little more energy in the past, and it's a mix of like depression and responsibility and this disability bullshit that I'm currently trying to get diagnosed. There's a lot of things going on, so unfortunately it is not an easy solve. But I'm trying. I'm trying because I want to make better art for y'all. I want to make better art more consistently because I love my audience and I love doing this shit, and I'm so lucky I get to do it. And I want to keep doing it for as long as I possibly fucking can. So while I do beat myself up a little bit, I promise it's only ever out of a desire to do more and do better. Oh, military band music. Okay, interesting. I mean, you know what? Fascinating. Make whatever art speaks to you, you know? But envy failure is part of your brand? I mean, I can still be an envy failure while, like, not letting my body fall apart on me all the time, you know? I don't think my medical issues have to be part of my brand. Hee hee. Okay, brain. I'm kind of getting to the point where I'm having trouble focusing, and I don't know what to do with that. You know? The focus is not happening, and I'm trying to figure out what to, like, do next, and my brain is, like, static. I don't like when that happens. But no, like, I want to stream in ways that are healthy, that are both enjoyable for you guys and healthy for me. And so a lot of my fighting and whatnot is towards that end. I want to keep doing this as long as I can, and part of that means taking care of myself so that I can take care of you guys. Whatever that ends up looking like. We could yap or do Hades. I feel like there's not enough time for a Hades run. But we could yap for a bit. We could theoretically. I could also just, like, find a smaller or simpler project to work on for a little bit, but I'm not sure what that would be. But it helps me pass the time. And that I'll always be. Got a crush. Got a feeling while you're just feeling flush that we can't stay in bed. Is there romance in the fact that politicians want us dead? Would you like to go out for a smoke with me? And you could call me pretty. I fucking had the tempo on that so wrong. Alright. We're fine. I wish my body would stop having problems. We're fine. There we go. What can I work on for like 20 minutes? What can I work on for like 20 minutes? Because I'm not sure if I have any games I could open up that would be easy to spend just like 20 minutes on. What can I easily... Do I have any art projects I can work on for like 20 minutes? That are chill for a short moment like that? I'm not sure if I do. Oh. See, this is the problem with being an overly ambitious freak show. I can show off this. One sec. Chat. I got to make the logo for Shinies for Good, the group logo, and I'm so proud of this. This is the first bit of graphic design work I have done in so long, and I'm kind of in love with it. I think I did a really good job with this fucking logo. I'm really proud of it. I miss doing graphic design work. I don't get enough opportunities to do it. I think graphic design is genuinely fun, and I would love to someday do logo design for people. If I ever feel confident or good enough. This is the second logo I've ever done. The other one being for Celerity Dust. One sec. Can I find that? I I don't think I have it over here, unfortunately. I but like I want to do more graphic design work because it's genuinely fun. You know, there's something genuinely enjoyable about graphic design work. Do I have any whips? Any other whips in my 2026 folder? Because I've barely been drawing so far this year. Yeah, I don't have, I haven't done like any sketches or doodles, this year. Damn. You know what? Let's just doodle something. Trying to diverge a bit because this is a medium where I can really express myself. Not a very friendly community for pan-agender anarchists, you know? Oh, I see, I see. No, understandable. I mean, I hope this can be a space for that because, like, we're a very loud queer community here. Also a very leftist community. I know it's not the kind of creative expression you're probably seeking, but at the very least, there's good community. I'm kind of tempted because I've been wanting to do a mild redesign on Fennel lately. Fennel being my older sister, uh, founder of the Ashen, basically my older sister, uh, who took me in. But I've been wanting to do a minor redesign on her, so I wonder if I can try to buff that out real quick. Because I've been wanting to take the way I draw my Ashen and kind of worm them together in ways where they are easier to draw over and over again for the animatics, which I know I haven't released an animatic in fucking forever. But the issue just being that I'm not good at drawing bodies. Because I want, like, shoulder here. And I kind of want... Because she's gonna be head tilted that way. Yeah, so this tilted this way. And I think that entails, like, a... Like, I don't know how people get good at drawing, like, poses and bodies, because that's one thing I've always sucked at. Maybe I need to do more gesture drawing uh, like, practice. Anymore, so why am I still yours? Is the name Fennel based on the plant? Yes. Named after the plant or spice or however you want to consider it. It is in fact a plant. The other issue with drawing her is she has a very bulky frame, which is not a frame that I very commonly draw. Drawing K-pop dance moves stream one, I think that would end horribly. You're for you. So keep on moving, will you stop breathing? Are you turning or just plain leaving? Path that's going nowhere. Not doing better with it. Yeah, because, like, this is the kind of thing I've always struggled with. Like, full body poses and compositions. Like, I don't really know how the fuck people do this shit. God, I think, you know what? I'm kind of realizing that I have barely drawn for fucking forever, and it has genuinely degraded my ability to do, like, complex poses and things of that nature. I'm kind of, like, only now realizing that barely drawing for months means I'm kind of back in a worse place with my art, and that sucks. I need to get back on the animation game, or the animatic game, primarily for my own, like, fucking comfort and my or yeah, for my own, like, quality of art at this point. Oil spill. Natural to get rusty, unfortunately, but it still sucks, you know? Better with it. It's a bigger shark. Okay. It's kind of a functional pose. It's a bigger shark. It's kind of a functional pose. For me personally, when it comes to doing builds and stuff, just look for decent your character here stuff on Pinterest. See, I'll do that sometimes, but I want to do more original poses and whatnot. Like, I don't want to be dependent on those resources is my thing. There's nothing wrong with using them, to be perfectly clear. Like, if pose resources and whatnot help you improve at drawing, use them. And relying on references is absolutely a good and smart idea when it comes to drawing. References are such beautiful tools, and they should be used when appropriate. Use reference for all sorts of things. I know I absolutely do. But I'm noticing my, like, fucking... I don't want to be dependent on them, even if they are absolutely, totally okay and good resources to use. Of making someplace feel like home. When the radiator, cause I get hot. This is a bit of an experiment for me right now. Our friend told me the K-pop tip. Like, working on K-pop poses? Like, is that like a genuine strategy that they use for, like, doing uh gesture drawings? I think what I need to start doing genuinely is just doing, like, you know, I can't really do daily just because of how my schedule works, but start doing, like, semi-regular gesture drawings. Part of the issue, if I can be perfectly honest, is the fact that my current drawing setup takes so long to set up, and I don't have a big enough desk to do stuff with, but I cannot get a big enough desk until I move into a better space, you know? I couldn't find cilantro, so we bought a plant to pick from. She does. She picks a music video, freezes the frame, screenshots it. You know what? Real and valid. And I imagine you could do that with like any kind of dance. Chat, what if I like took frames of people like doing two steps and moshes and just like started using them to do gesture drawings? Maybe next time I do an art stream, or in the future as I do art streams more, because I want to start bringing them back as a weekly thing whenever I can. But maybe in the future when I do art streams, I should spend like the first hour doing gesture drawings if y'all are down for it. Does that sound chill? Because I think doing gesture drawings at least once a week, ideally more often, would be smart for me. Looking at this, I think I could start to learn, treat my body like a temp. Okay, one sec. Let me check how far hand goes down on thigh. A little bit too long, but we're on to something. All right. Hell yeah. All right. I think an art group in the Discord would be chill. I do think I'm opening up to the idea of adding more channels in the Discord, but I still like staying channel light. I might add a music channel and maybe an art channel, but like the content media fills that purpose already. And like if I remove the content media channel, what are people gonna post in there? I guess there's still like YouTube links and shit like that people post in there, like random pics and whatnot, but I don't know. I don't like it when I open a Discord and it has 5 million fucking channels. I don't know if that's a relatable feeling to anyone else, but when I open up a Discord and it's got like 5 million channels, I just get overwhelmed. I wanted to be holding a baseball bat in this. Oh shit, Safi, thank you for the raid. What were you doing streaming this early? Mods, if we could get a shout out. Hello, hello. It's lovely to see you. Welcome on in. Everyone coming on in, meeting me for the first time. I am Archivist, your resident chaotic Anfield. I stream Not Quit Retro Games and do art here on Twitch.tv. We're currently doing some little like cooldown gesture drawing stuff after working on some brand new emotes that I'm going to be hopefully releasing next month. I felt like streaming early today. You know what's so fair? But we're doing some chill gesture drawings to cool down after the proper action today. How was your stream? What were you up to? Everyone on my end, Safi's an absolute wonderful buddy of the channel, and honestly one of my fucking closer friends in the VTuber space. Someone I hang out with regularly. She's an absolute sweetheart, and over on her channel you can occasionally find me playing Silent Hill 2 with the Prince. Definitely recommend giving a look. Playing a bit of Dot Hack, Protag is a dick. You know what? This tracks. This tracks. I really want to play the Dot Hack games though. I really want to. They're on my list. But yeah, we're currently doing a little gesture drawing because I want to do a minor redesign of one of my characters. Primarily with the intent of making them easier to draw over and over again. So that's what this is. Just a little rework of a character design, setting up the pose and whatnot to make it easier. We're also listening to Folk Punk because this is a band I'm going to be seeing live in a couple weeks. Mod and whatever world building, it's pain to moderate even when it is inactive, just because of the share number. Real. Like, I don't like it when a Discord has a million servers, or a million channels, but you know. Whatever the song was, Folk Punk is indeed. I think I'm starting to run out of songs by this band though, because it's a very like small band who does not have a large discography. We're starting to hear songs for the third or fourth time right now. Then face seems to scream I'm a waste. When this party's dead. The other band I'm seeing, the actual main act for that show, is going to be Sister Wife Sex Strike, so I'll shovel some Sister Wife. Hee hee. I like folk punk, it makes me happy. But yeah, because I do a lot of animatic stuff, I've been wanting to work on taking some of the designs for my Ashen and making them more communicable. Need to get a bit of water, of course. Self-care is vital in times like these. I will say I'm very attached to Fennel's Bang style, so I'm only going to be shifting that slightly to make it a bit easier to draw over and over. Uh, all of this, though, is just with the intention of making my Ashen easier to draw over and over again. Because they're definitely a little bit of a struggle with their current arrangement. Aww. Okay. I think this is gonna work a little bit better. I'm gonna steal more of your blood. No, I need it. Why does everyone want to steal my blood today? Hello, grabby lad. What do you call a religiously practicing dog? Huh? Welcome on in. It's lovely to see you. Hope you're having a wonderful evening. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Who stole your blood? A doctor. The issue with Fennel, with trying to redesign Fennel is like in the past I very much relied on very like boxy square shapes for her, and I don't know if that's something I want to continue in this redesign. You know? Because it certainly makes her harder to draw over and over, because there's an expectation that those shapes remain static. I think establishing her hair in a way that I'm allowed to kind of draw a little bit messier is nice. All alone and can't even sleep. Future where anything is working out for me. They stole my blood because there's a high chance I had tuberculosis, but I got lucky and didn't have it. Congratulations on not having tuberculosis. That is absolutely a win. Hospitals mainly stole my blood, 6 vials, 2 syringes full. Yeah, they took 5 vials of my blood today, and I'm mad about it. I want them back. Give me my blood back. I need that. You'll make more, I promise, but I want it back. I promise I'm being silly. But also I don't know, I don't know. The I want my blood back bit is really funny to me. My sense of humor is not normal. I actually had a disease called gay water affliction and died in 2015. I can't believe we're currently speaking to the ghost of Groggy. I can't believe the entire time you've been in my chat you've been a ghost. And you didn't tell us? Wow. Rude? Rude much? Do you want me to get you more blood? Yes. I deserve more blood, you know? I deserve it. The other thing with Fennel, her tattoos are very difficult to draw over and over again, and I don't know what to do about that. Her tattoos are actual hell to draw over and over again. surprised the Ghost of Groggy gets to see the Crane Wives in April and is losing their shit. Congratulations. The Crane Wives are very good. I like them, but I don't know. They're like, I feel like if I went to a Crane Wives show, I wouldn't end up with any moshing. And it's so expensive, so I even though they did come to my area a while back, I kind of opted to not. I would have loved to see them, but it was just too much money to justify for a show that probably wouldn't even include moshing. And a lot of like bigger venues are really mean about moshers, you know. I'm very lucky that the couple of times I have been to larger venues, for shows, they have been pretty chill about it, but I don't know. There's never any guarantee in regards to that, and it kind of sucks. Into the starry skies. Tell wrong from right. Yes. Da-da. They're much more chill, but fuck it, we ball. If I had a choice, I'd be at a punk rock show, but this never happened in my area. Understandable. Crane Wives is an absolute excellent band. I do absolutely adore. I absolutely adore the Crane Wives. Don't get me wrong, but you know, that is the pose. Hell yeah, we're doing a minor little redesign on Fennel, one of my Ashen. Because as much as I love her, she is hell to draw, especially repeatedly. I'm debating if I want to keep the jacket tied around her waist, you know? I'm also considering giving her like around the neck. I don't know what you call these, but like you can kind of use them as masks, you know? Um, the style of mask that's like really loose. I don't know what the thing, I don't know what they call them. But like the little face coverings where it just covers the entire bottom of your face like that. And just having that around her neck constantly in case she ever needs to like fucking hide. You know, because I've got the bandana. It's kind of fitting. I think it's just a bandana in some cases. Maybe, I don't know. They're like more solid structures. Give me a second. I'll pull up an example. I'm going to eat. No worries. You take care of yourself. Uh. Actually, I saw a term that might be the thing I'm looking for. Never mind. Huh. But like it's give me a second. I found a couple. Um like I don't know if there is a word for these, but this style, no, I'm covering it. This style of mask where it's kind of like over the bottom half of the face like that. I guess oftentimes it is a bandana, but these things, you know, this kind of shit. Is it like a neck gaiter? Is that what they call it? It's usually some kind of like scarf thing. I don't know. Yeah, half mask? Is that the term? Give me a second. No, that it's not coming up when I look up half mask. I don't know, whatever the word is for them. Okay, apparently they call it a face gaiter. Apparently that's what they're called. Apparently it's called a face gaiter. This style of mask. You know, that's I'm considering giving her one of those that's just kind of constantly around her neck. Uh, all right, I found the word for it. But anyway, I'm considering giving her one of those and just having it constantly around her neck. I fuck with them. I think it's just very convenient when you're in our line of work. Hi, McDoomington. Lovely to see you. I'm debating if I want to keep the like jacket around the waist thing. Hey man, do you have a face gator? She looks like the last thing a Nazi sees before he develops a permanent lip. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, like the intention is to make these designs easier to draw over and over again, which I'm definitely not succeeding at right now. Because the design's staying basically as complicated as it was before, but you know. Gator, man, Gator! Hello, Delilah the Weremoth. Ad's about to hit any second now. I apologize, folks. Twitch just forced me to run ads. Don't worry, I'll still be here when the ad break ends. I'm like debating if this is gonna make her too hard to draw over and over again. Because I like the vibe of it, but you know. It does make her shape also look a little bit weird from behind. And I think I'm gonna give her long pants rather than what she had before. But let me establish the boots first. She usually wears like lower cut boots than I do. One sec, let me look at my boots. Where are my boots? Okay, got it. Got the deprogrammer blues. Chad, I love gators. They're good animals. Alright. Who got the deprogrammer blues? I will say I've stayed good at drawing clothes, and we take that. We take the win of I'm still good at drawing boots. I swear to God, one of the only things I've drawn in the last 6 months has been boots for some reason. cop, but I've become a bit of a nihilist. When I saw that precinct burn in Minneapolis. Oh. Alright. Just had a friend ask if I would dress in a bunny suit. Now, while I don't have fragile masculinity, I do have a fragile anxiety system that would explode like a pipe bomb if I ever tried. That is such a fucking question to just drop on your friend. Wait, what? How do you just ask someone that? How do you just say that to someone? Like, to my knowledge, you're not even a content creator. Like, what? But yeah, like, as much as I like the fact that Fennel normally wore shorts in the old design, I think it's genuinely just easier to draw long pants. Dude, fear is useless. See, not everyone is a streamer. Some people still have this thing called self-respect. I know, like, as content creators, it's kind of hard to imagine that, but, like, some people... I jest, but... I know as content creators it's really hard to imagine, but, like, some people still have this thing called self-respect. Okay, one sec. How do I want to handle this? I'm bringing this up even higher. To keep us warm. Because the intention is to have, like, the leg here kind of coming forward and then dropping, and I'm not sure how to make that impression work. Maybe if I grab this and... maybe... where's my, the X-band? Does that give the impression of like the knee coming forward and then like, you know, hmm. This is about me being a content creator, it's about me being a slut. You know what? Fair point. I do respect sluts. Remember wearing a dress for my homecoming dance and a girl walking up to me and saying my body was tea and yet I still fear woman? You poor thing. I do respect sluts. I want it to be known, chat. This is a zone where we respect sluts. Guess who's back again? Hello, Queen Ramen. Lovely to see you again. Alright, alright. And then she just needs to... The thing is, I don't know what to do about her tattoo, you know? Because, like, normally she has a tattoo that's, like, very difficult to draw over and over again. And I don't know if I just, like, simplify... Because I cannot do an entire sleeve tattoo. Especially not a colored sleeve tattoo like I've done in the past. Hello, Markson. What's up with the stream title? Did you meet a vampire? The doctor stole my blood! They stole my blood! I saw a doctor for the first time in like 2 years today, so it's kind of my way of being like, hey chat, I did an adult. You should be proud of me. Because I've been so scared to see a medical professional for a while now. But I finally saw a medical professional to hopefully get the help that I need in order to like live my fucking life. Alright. Alright, let me get her fingerless gloves. My hand drawing skills are not what they used to be. You know what? Good enough. It's a hand. It's recognizable as a hand. It's recognizable enough as a hand, and then obviously on the other arm we have the same kind of fingerless glove situation going on. Okay, okay, it's something. And then I need to grab her colors. So let me go back to her reference. Do I not? Did I never export the reference sheet? Damn. Okay. This is a slightly older version, but I don't have patience, so, you know. We're gonna go underneath all this, and we're just gonna quickly color. We're just gonna get the rough placement and idea of where colors are supposed to go. But yeah, like part of the idea here is I don't want to, I want to make my life a lot easier by limiting color palettes, so. Alright. So this is gonna be the only part of the hair that is blue going forward. I'm gonna have to figure out what to do with the big sleeve tattoo later, because, like, I can't draw this. It's not a. It's only, like, a top half sleeve or whatever the fuck, but, like, I don't know what to do with that, to make that viable to draw over and over again. I don't know what to do about that. Sir, do not call me a slut. That's a respectable person. If you wish to insult me, call me a landlord. Fuck landlords, chat. Fuck the notion of, like, property as, this fucking asset that you can hoard and, like, restrict from people who need it. Like, people need homes to fucking live. What the hell are we doing? Okay, chat, I watched this fucking, video earlier. I occasionally engage with, woke Karen's content, because I find him a little bit funny. Even if I don't agree with all of his takes, because he's not... I don't think he's an anarchist. I think he is leftist, but I don't think he's an anarchist. Um... So he and I have our disagreements. But, like, I was watching one of his videos earlier where he was talking about this guy who apparently makes his choices as a landlord in part off of, like, people's astrological signs and shit. And it feels like the most, like, woke landlord bullshit I've ever seen. Like, where do you get off on that? I might, in the interest of having less colors, make the jacket this blue, even if I don't think that really fits Fennel's, like, style. Because I feel like she would prefer neutral colors. But I might, for the sake of, like, limiting the color palette, do this. Yo, Baphomet, thank you for the raid mods. Can we get a shout out? Hello, folks. We're currently just doing a little bit of art, trying to do a minor rework of a character design. Because it's a little too hard to draw over and over again, and I don't have the patience for it. So, we're just simplifying things a tiny bit. Hope you're all having a wonderful evening. Lovely to see you. I think, okay, unfortunately what I am discovering with Fennel is that I really can't simplify her that much, because she already only uses, like, 5 colors. So the biggest thing I'm doing to simplify her right now is just, like, making her hair easier to draw. The other option is I could make this black. Thank you for the hydrate, Endercats. Barbara, bye-bye. But anyway, how was your stream, Baphomet? Lovely to see you. Very, very lovely to see you. I think I'm gonna steal the same white that Killian uses for the top, actually. I think that will make things a little bit easier. So just grab the same off-white that he uses, especially because it's the off-white of that I use for my eyes as well. So that just simplifies her the tiniest bit. It makes like one less color to worry about. It's one less color to worry about. Hello, Jordan. Thank you for the meow meow meow. How are you today? Lovely to see you. Okay. I like how I said I was only gonna spend like 30 more minutes live, and that was like an hour ago. Very EP at work, real as fuck. I hope you're able to get some rest soon, though. I think any tattoos, I need to just avoid color. I think the tattoos need to be black. But I don't know how to simplify the design. Very good but very taxing in the vocal cords. Providing voices for characters in a mobile game side story for Xenosaga was until last year considered lost media. Oh fuck, that's really cool. Actually, I'm a big fan of like media preservation and whatnot. So that's actually badass. I love that. Does soon count as 8 hours from now? No, that's not soon. No, that does not qualify as soon. I think, yeah, I think I have an idea of how I want to simplify that tattoo. So it's like a whole sleeve tattoo of just like this vine crawling up the arm, and I think that'll be a lot easier and simpler to draw. It's a full sleeve tattoo of a much simpler design. And I can actually just like steal the green from the pants to color it. So that way she still has like a cool color tattoo and it's easier to draw maybe. I think it's a lot simpler. It's just, it'll be a lot easier to draw over and over again, especially in like a kind of imperfect manner. I fuck with that, I fuck with that. Really to get a tattoo? Me too. I want tattoos, chat. I do not currently have any tattoos, but I desire them very strongly. I think though, it's not too different from the way I've always drawn her, but I think I'm pretty content with that as like a minor redesign, and I'm gonna keep her like her scar. She can keep her scar. It's a minor detail, but I think it's one that brings out a little bit more there. I do need more tattoos. I have had a couple of tattoo ideas that have been living in my brain for forever, and I want to make them real. And then piercings. I gave her gold jewelry in the past, but I'm tempted to switch it out. I think I'm just going to make it black for sake of simplicity going forward. You know? I really like the piercing over the bridge, but that one's really annoying to draw and I forget it all the time. And I think I'm also gonna skip the industrial. I have one tattoo, been thinking of another one. Nice. I hope you get it. Tattoos are really cool. Do I want the one over the nose? How fundamental is that to keeping her recognizable? I think it is pretty fundamental to her face. Alright, we're keeping it. There we go, though. That's the reworked fennel. Alright, one sec. I need to take this and like separate it out. Cut and paste. Select deselect. There we go! Fennel is successfully mildly redesigned. I'm gonna call that a win. And with that, chat, I'm gonna go find someone to raid, because I think that has been a successful stream. Thank you everyone for being here as per always. Let me see who all is on. Any cool artists that catch my eye? Let me look to see if I can find any transgender. Yeah, but let me see. Same category. Let me pop that. Let me see if we can go artist to artist. See if there's any trans artists. Hello, transgender artists? Question mark? You know what? We could go say hi to Nekuya. Okay, so I could chat. We can either go say hi to Nekuya, someone who we are mutuals with and popped by the stream earlier. Really cool queer non-binary furry VTuber. Or we could check out someone new. I'm seeing a non-binary artist currently doing some commission work. What do we think? What do we think? Do we want to say hi to someone familiar or do we want to say hi to someone new? What are we thinking, gamers? What are we thinking? Opinions? You know, I'm deciding someone new. Let's go say hi to someone new. They do a follower-only chat, be warned, but we're gonna go say hi to, this... I don't know how to pronounce their username, FFXTRN. We're gonna go say hello. I will next be live on, let's see. When am I going to be live? Wednesday, 7 p.m. EST. I do not know what we're going to be doing because Stella delayed the start of her Vintage Story server. I'm thinking I might actually move Hades 2 to Wednesday and then pop on the Vintage Story server on Saturday if it's up. We'll see. Announcement coming soon. I'll keep you all in the loop. In the meantime, though, take care of yourselves. Hope to see you around. If I don't see you then, take care of yourself.